And we're back, baby. All right, we're back, baby. We are back. All right, we're just getting our group back, and then we'll get started. We're about to get started. Just need 2 more members and we got our group together. Hey, yo, can someone invite me to the guild yet, or is that not possible? Ah, fair enough. How you doing, Josie Boo? Josie Boo? I seem to be stressed. I'm not stressed. Well, how come you say I seem to be stressed? Do I look stressed? No, I'm cool. I'm cool. Hope you're having a good Friday anyway. Do you play Ashes yourself, or you just do you just browse the streams? Oh, nice. Well, I'm just getting the group together at the minute, and then we'll be starting shortly. Just need to get 2 more people. Tank or cleric I'll be playing next wipe. Just something that is more whatever's most needed, because I have to play off peak if I'm playing on this server. Just trying to get DPS, and this is the first character I've made. I only started a couple of weeks ago. Yes, it's fun. It's very grindy. For an alpha, I would have liked it to have been a bit less grindy, because, you know, it's not like we're keeping these characters forever. They're going to get wiped in 2 months. So for how short the duration is, I'm not a fan of how much time it takes to level up. That being said, the combat's really good in the game. The combat's really, really, really good. And it kind of is the thing that's enabled me to stay in it, kind of thing. Like, for example, if you're grinding the same spot for 4 hours straight, in any other game, it would get very boring. But because the combat's good in this game, it's about manageable. Like if I was doing that in World of Warcraft, I'd be like so bored. But the combat's quite new and exciting, so it is cool. It feels quite good. Yo, for a group, can I take 2 clerics, 2 bards, a tank, a mage, and me, or with a DPS? Yeah. So did you buy the game? Have you paid the $100 and you've played the game? Josie Bow. Well, the thing is, to be honest with you, if I wasn't trying to be an Ashes of Creation streamer in 6 months' time, which I am, I probably wouldn't be playing it now. Because it's quite a lot. You have to really be, you know, you have to be bored of every other possible game. You know, you've got to be bored of WoW. You've got to be really, really done with gaming to want to play an alpha and pay quite a high price tag, you know? You have to really want it. You know, you have to... Having said that, like, if you can get to top level, it's pretty fun. Like, there's quite a lot to do, you know? And the good thing at the moment is nothing really matters. You know, it's the alpha. You know, there's no speed. There's no one's under any rush. No one cares about min-maxing. It's just quite chilled out playing at this level. But if you'd rather watch someone play the game instead of playing it yourself, that's where Twitch is really good. So if you would rather watch someone instead, drop me a follow because I want to be streaming it every day. But that's the thing, right? A lot of people, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. The thing is when you know, if I was to say go get to level 60 on World of Warcraft Classic on hardcore mode, you're probably going to be like, ooh, not sure about that, right? But watching other people do that, it's great fun. You know, you get to watch the deaths, you get to watch the death clips. And it's great, you know. EVE Online is another game, you know, very, very grindy, or BDO, for example. Very grindy, but everybody loves watching a max rank player destroy other players. It's, you know, and you get to watch that on Twitch. I genuinely have a reason to be playing, even if there isn't really much of an end goal. I'm testing the game and recording what I see, and the player base gets to see that, you know. We're just waiting for everyone to get together, and then we'll go to the grinding spot, and then we'll kick some ass, kick some butt. Anyone else in the chat and you're watching, pop up, say hello. Oh, well, I'm level 19 right now, so at the moment it's just grind spots. The questing in this game, um, the questing in the game is not, it's not really there yet. So it's basically mob grinding, which isn't the best, you know. It's not the best to just have mob grinding. It's fun, but it would be nice to switch things up with a few quests. Hey, should I stay at ROS to 21 or 20? And Calf is the next place, yeah? Calf is more popular though. I've not seen many steel blooms. Thing is, once you got a good group going, am I going to leave it at 20 or am I just going to stick it at 21? You're probably going to stick it. Yeah. Yeah, true. Well, we got level 15s, so. Well, I'm not there yet. They'll probably be 16. Will I get bored of grinding? It can get boring. I do a lot of fun things in the game. Like I like to find cool things in the game, so I kind of try and break it up with that sort of thing. Like I like to find like cool little jump spots, for example. Oh yeah. The XP buff's not working, I think. I sort of, yeah. There's a lot of safe spots that I've found, and if you go on my clips after the stream, you'll see lots of little things that I found that are quite neat. Like, just have you ever played World of Warcraft? Dead Mines in World of Warcraft with the wheel, you know, the safe spot wheel. I like to find safe spots and share them online and stuff, which is pretty normal for a MMO. Ah, fair enough. Well, WoW's a good game as well. Yeah, a lot of people did. Hey, is the background music at a good level, or is it too loud or too quiet? Josie Bow. No, it went. It went. The Burning Crusade, Lich King, then Cataclysm. Yeah, there's a lot of music that you can't play because of copyright. And then like the standard high energy music, you know, it gets very boring. So I tend to like try to, you know, switch it up with some alternative music. Okay, thank you, dude. Nice. See you in 10 to 20 minutes. Oh. Can clerics do high damage if they want to? How you guys doing tonight? We have got an ad running in approximately 5 minutes. I can't avoid it, but yeah, after that we'll be playing all night long. Road to level 20. We are on our way. You just joined the chat, welcome, hello. Happy Friday, people. Happy Friday. Headshot. Got a shot. Follow up with the mark for extra damage. Barrage. Go into another scat shot. Easy clap. Easy clap. That's a lot of mobs. That's a lot of fucking mobs. That's a wipe. That's a wipe. Rip. How do we pull the big guy? Fucking hell. No, 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 no. Running for my life. Running for my life. We could do some parkour. Survival parkour. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Alright. Oh, survival parkour. Oh. Survival parkour. No, 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 no. We need to go. We need to go. Survival parkour. Rip. We died. How you doing, L_9_L? Really? It's so fucking far away. Shit, I screwed up. I screwed up. I don't have the bloody thing. Ah, fuck me. I screwed up. Because I can see people who are logged in to my channel. Glad I got your attention though. Hope you're having a good day. Oh fuck. Shit. No full damage then. Oh nice dude. Sweet. Drop me a follow if you want to continue this relationship we've got going on. What do you do for work? Nice one. Appreciate it. Thank you. Imagine what I'd do for a Twitch Prime, eh? Oh, you work for Amazon. Get everyone at work to drop me a Twitch Prime. Thank you very much for the follow. For a Twitch Prime, I'd come to your place of work with a McDonald's. That's how desperate I am for a Twitch Prime. I'm only joking. I'm not that desperate. Hey, yo, where's the spirit place at fucking ROS? The res place. The far left? I'm gonna look on the map. I can see on the map. Fuck me. Where is it? Oh, I know where it is. Yeah, yeah. All right, dude. Thanks for tuning in. See you shortly. So I've got an ad starting in 13 minutes, but I might just start it now, seeing as I'm running to my location. So I'll start the ad now, and then by the time you're back, we should be stuck in some PvP. Not PvP, PvE. Yeah, there's a bad guy attacking me. Get fucked. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Go away from me. Leave me the fuck alone. Oh no, I really hope I don't kill everyone. Shit. We got a big ink. Ooh. Oh no. I really hope I didn't wipe the group. We should be alright. Am I one of them? I'm only joking. Oh, what? Are there people making you want to leave the guild? Care to spill the gossip? Care to spill the gossip? That is very true. Playing with guildies is like a job. You don't always get along with everyone. My group's like, kick the tank. He's trolling. So I kick him. And he's like, trust me, I played well with him. He's trolling. And he's like, later, loser, to the guy. I'm like, I don't even know what's going on. Because I'm streaming, I take a back seat on everything. So I'm like, when shit kicks off, I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, I'd rather have him than no fucking tank line. Apparently it was a joke. They would... Yeah. I really don't like. I really wish you could press / and it opens chat instantly. Yeah. The, the only thing I'm a bit concerned about is like looking at the class specs and stuff. It looks great for what we've got, but obviously that's only a small snippet of everything, right? So when you look at it that way, you know, when they say like, oh, you know, there's a lot of jankiness in the game and not a lot's done, but at least we got the combat down and the classes are down. Is that really true though? Because we're only seeing like 10% of the full class potential. Not so much that, but I just mean, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. So they, you know, if they're on about 96 combinations of classes or some shit, like they haven't really got the combat down yet either, because, you know, I bet like we have no idea what the rest of the combat looks like in terms of, okay, we got the basics, but I know what I'm trying to say, but I'm not explaining it very well. Like there's still so much they need to do. That's well, I can't lie. 2 years ago, this game looked terrible. Before alpha or a month after alpha, I started to see, I was like, oh, the combat actually looks alright. Like I could tell that they had like an overhaul or something. But before, I was like, yo, this game looks bad. But now it looks really good. The combat looks great. Yeah. I'm just skeptical that they're behind where they say they are, because they say they've got the combat down to the T and all the classes are sorted and stuff, but I reckon like, yeah, I reckon what we can see is a little bit of an illusion, if you know what I mean. Like they've got like whatever it is, 7 classes sorted to level 25, but have they got 96 combinations sorted out with, like, you know, they obviously don't. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. What? When anyone asks me about this game, I say it's got obviously, you know, a lot of jankiness because it's alpha, but I'm having the most fun out of any game I've played just grinding. Like, it's got some, you know, I'm playing it for a reason. I don't like how grindy it is for the alpha. I think it's a bit mad. That's what I mean. Like, I would like to see, you know, I wouldn't mind a fucking XP buff. I feel like, you know, for test servers, it should be a little bit quicker. But considering my character's going to get deleted in 2 months, but so like, fair enough, fair enough. $500 hours to hit max level, so the idea would be to, you know, be like WoW Classic, where you dip out at level 40, do some world PvP, and like you're not doing it in one go. It's kind of like they're making it so that a large portion of the game is the leveling, like WoW Classic, basically. I would say there's a fucking lot of similarities with this game to WoW Classic. Well, the first thing I said for about 2 days when I made my first character was how much it felt like Classic. Not in the ways that you'd think, in slightly different ways. Obviously the combat's totally different, but there are a lot of similarities, like mod pathing, the way the mobs path. The way the mobs path is, I think, deliberately set up to copy WoW in a good way. Well, just I'm specifically on about how you can, you know, jump on a ledge, make them path round, shoot them down, jump down, make them path down. You know, I quite like that because that's like how a mage would min-max in like Zalfarak or, you know, something like that. But it was one of the first things I noticed is like the mobs are fucking hard to kill, but hey, look, you can abuse terrain pretty well. No, I would totally say it's the opposite. It's like if you watch a few of my clips, you'll see what I mean. I've got about 50 videos where I've found like terrain abusiveness. I think I've abused terrain like in so many fucking ways. No, like go to my clips and look at the one where I use a rock. I use a rock to fucking... I'm like, who needs a tank when you got a rock? And I basically just kite around the rock. And you can use terrain really well. I mean, I'm speaking from experience of a ranger, right? I don't know, like... Yeah, I mean, it might be tough as a melee, but I mean, even as melee, you can dodge, climb up a wall, blah, blah, blah. Well, I mean, you've got a lot of naysayers. You've got a lot of naysayers for Ashes. Um, well, possibly, but I think with yeah, so naysayers about Ashes could be, you know, trying to take away from, you know, other games and stuff, but also I think like 90% of MMOs pretty much fail. So I think there's a lot of criticism about MMOs as a whole. So MMO gamers have been ripped off by scam companies, for example. Like, you know, so there's a lot of like skepticism. I can't do English. But yeah, I think irony, right? I thought we spoke. I thought English people spoke American. No. Sometimes we can't. English people can't understand like other English people. If I was to go up to like, well, if I was to go to Scotland or Wales or, you know, Northern England, it'd be totally different language. Dude, how are you doing? Oh, sorry. How you doing? Adlapsus. Yeah, I remember X-Storm. You gave me a Twitch Prime. Yo, thank you, Adlapsus, for the Twitch Prime. The sub goal. Was it a sub or a Twitch Prime? Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I got Twitch affiliate on Saturday. Thanks, dude. Really appreciate it. You're awesome, dude. Yeah, no worries, dude. See you in a bit. I'll be streaming all night. Holy shit.
we saw her in game, but I don't know if what you want to give away
Yeah,
a little bit,
we could
maybe
reveal
more.
her name. You have her name there, don't you?
Yeah,
Yeah, we can reveal.
Eterna, the
I,
ageless warden.
yeah, so she is a statue to Eterna, the ageless warden, one of the gods in Ashes of creation. Who built her?
We've
That's a
been holding this stuff like really close, so I think all the lore junkies out there are like gonna go nuts right
yes.
now.
I mean, so the Sand Squall Desert, as you obviously can see, now that we have more of the, or all of the peninsula in place with this latest update on that just launched. The Aelan Empire obviously was within the Riverlands, and there was a sect of the ancient Aelans that kind of moved off into the Sandsquall Desert, and these were the initial kind of beginnings of the Veyloon. And so it was the ancestors of the Veyloon that actually built the statue to Eterna there. So she is our resident Sand Mama. You will learn more about her. There's a dungeon under her that eventually will be unlocked. And there's going to be some fun stuff and some fun lore about her that you guys
The
will discover.
references for her are a bunch of badass ladies, so I'm kind of like pretty,
Hey,
uh, yeah,
someone in chat, Anarchaotic said,
yeah.
"Sands of Time." Well
That
done.
is really close. Yeah.
Very
I
well
mean,
done. Nicely
yeah,
done.
very, very much. So that is kind of her. Remember, she is one of the goddesses. So I think this is we haven't really talked a lot about the gods because we've been keeping some of that close to heart. But hopefully, you guys will enjoy that. Don't
Yes.
want to give too much away though. Have fun. The next thing is just kind of reminding people about the reminders that we have. Specifically, we have some dates that are coming up. We do want to mention that this actually doesn't depict some of the things that we've updated. So we're actually going to keep the realms up from today all the way to March 10th at 10 p.m. Pacific. We're going to give some extended time due to um, it's not really due to the downtime, but in lieu of it, I think is we definitely see where people's concerns are in regards to that. And we want to give you
Yeah,
guys extra time.
that's how we roll. I mean, and then that's how we'll continue to roll in the future. Things unexpected come up, and you guys, you know, help us get through it and help us discover the bugs, and you put up with the pain that sometimes can be testing, right? We want to be able to give back in some way, and keeping the servers up for those extra days, I think, will give a lot of people an opportunity to farm in some of the new areas and get some of the new drops, some new
Nice.
resources, and craft some new items, and not have to deal with the downtime on Tuesday and Wednesday
Hi, doing
next week.
Josie Bo
Yeah, we might
and
have some downtime for an update. And also, we do
L9.
have our daily reschedules, which are
So I'm
2 a.m.
streaming
CET for the
the
EU realms and
development
2 a.m.
updates
Pacific
through this as well.
for the NA realms. So just being kind of conscious of that. We're trying to do it during times that are not detrimental to you all. And that downtime is pretty quick. It's like usually a 20-minute turnaround and you're back in. So if something bad does happen, a bunch of us are on call to come fix it. So it should come up in 20 minutes. If it doesn't, there's a few of us that get pinged and we'll assist with this. The next thing that we have, and in regards to the access, of course, anybody who has access to phase 2 is currently has access. Or if you have the larger Alpha 2 bundles from like the pre-orders and Kickstarters, that will give you access. I think one of the common questions that we get a lot too are when people join the Discord, you have to connect your Discord to your Intrepid account. It doesn't just like auto-magically happen. So once you connect your account in Discord, or on our Intrepid accounts, once you connect your Discord account, then you will be able to see access to those channels if you have. You can see them, but you can't talk in them unless you have that access. I think that is the majority of that. Phase 3 is coming May 1st. We've been
Oh
pretty,
my gosh.
it's not that long from now. So just as an, update here for
Can you
y'all.
imagine that March update is going to be huge?
Yeah, it's gonna
We have a
be.
lot coming at the end of March. We have the the tropics expansion, the rogue, the sieges. There's gonna be, we're ramping up for May 1st. It's gonna be bug central, so get ready.
Let's hope not. Like, knock on all the wood. I mean, but you're right. There probably are going to be quite a few bugs, and hopefully we can squash them all, as we have been doing so far, with your all's help. So thank you so much. In regards to dev discussions that we currently have spells and abilities available. What is the best ability or spells you've used and why? Which spells or abilities stand out the most to you from the games that you've played in the past? And what made them special to you? Let us know, because of course we're trying to make some pretty iconic spells. If there's any that you love from our game, share those as well. I know a lot of you are big archetype junkies, so make sure that you're sharing your love for that. We are going to be consolidating that report here soon, and we're going to be moving on to a new one, which is boss environments. And for all of you PvEers out there, I don't know, I'm a huge raider, so I think that for me, this is a topic that I'm a big fan of. Definitely, you'll want to be part of that conversation and sharing your thoughts with us.
Yeah. A lot of fun opportunities there when it comes to level design, hazards, mechanics, and interactions. You know, what are the things that feel cumbersome versus feel engaging and puzzly? You know, how much puzzle do you want in your raid encounter?
Yeah, some raid encounters can be pretty intense whenever you add. Please don't add anything jumping. Bill and I'll never survive. I'm just kidding. We still are never going to live up to that.
That was so great.
The worst thing is that when we did the test run of it, Steven was the only one who couldn't, and Bill and I, and then the second time around, it was, yeah.
I could not get that jump, and then it was so great that you guys couldn't get it when we actually were doing the recording. And then
so great for you.
And then I was just like, man, I can't believe you had to cheat to get up there when that was what I had done. It was so good.
We didn't cheat, we jumped.
I know.
Actually, I think Bill never made it up there. Although today he wanted everybody to know he did make it on his first jump up there.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Because we all were getting in game and prepping. So yeah, definitely join our dev discussions. We'll have plenty of more coming along the way. And of course, we are hiring. We have a lot of positions available. If you know somebody who would be a great candidate for us, we are starting up some major hiring for this season.
The great
hiring
of our time. It has begun again. This is help us spread the word. Obviously, it is a great opportunity. Project's a lot of fun. Community is a glorious and amazing community. If you know any developers out there who are your favorite developers that have made some awesome games and you want to share with them, shoot them our way. You know, you never know what magic lies at the end of the Intrepid Tunnel.
Hopefully the end does happen at some point.
Yes, that's right.
That is the goal eventually.
That is the goal.
Well, I guess it won't ever really end because we'll still keep having updates after we launch. So
True.
It won't. The MMOs are the gift that keeps on giving, I suppose. It's never actually done. With that, let's head on over to our testing highlights. We have a lot of things coming. Obviously, we're in the middle of our Alpha 2. We're in phase 2 of Alpha 2. We're getting close to getting to our final phase. Not our final form, but our final phase.
Not our final form. That's a good distinction. Final phase, but not final form. I like that.
And I guess, do you want to first talk about kind of generally how we're feeling towards Alpha 2,
like
Phase 3, sorry.
That's going to get clipped.
No,
like,
Alpha 3, no.
There's Alpha 3 keys,
no.
It's happening.
Alpha 2, good. Phase 3, we're getting very close to that. I think one of the big questions that we get, and I know we're going to get it in the live Q&A, so we might as well answer it now, is how do we feel about the features that are listed for Alpha 2? Are we feeling like any of those made move to phase 3 instead of landing in phase 2 and kind of starting that at that point?
Yeah, you know, a little bit like we talked about last month and in even December. You know, we have our roadmap and we're working towards that roadmap. And as we continue to do that, we'll kind of keep you guys updated if things start to move or if things start to change. That absolutely can happen, right? As we talked about, the development is a moving train, and there are issues that can happen and bugs that occur that we need to spend time to address and focus on, and that can take resources away from the feature development. However, with that being said, excuse me, the team has been making great progress towards the outstanding features that we are working towards with phase 2. And then not all features are going to be online. Just as a reminder, when phase 3 begins, that's listed in the phase 3 section. Those are features that will come online during phase 3. Next month, not next month, in April, during our April live stream, we'll give you guys kind of an update on what's expected to land by the start of phase 3, so that you know what to look out for at the beginning of phase 3. But the idea there is that a significant larger section of the world is going to be available with a lot more nodes. As we get into node level 4 and we focus on building new node layouts, like, you're going to start to see the world take a little bit more shape. Yeah, it's the gist of it.
Well, let's go into the big pieces. So for those of you who have been following along with the PTR shenanigans, obviously it is under a visual NDA, so you are not able to see what's going on, but I'm sure you've heard through the grapevine how things have been going from a player perspective. We wanted to give some perspective from a development standpoint and how things have been going from our perspective. And we're going to start off with the rogue and kind of how rogue testing has been going, and what we've been gathering from that test and how we're moving forward with rogue.
And by the way, what we've talked about with the rogue and with any archetype development. By the way, our PC team, our archetype developers, always do such a great job. I mean, I know that one of the biggest points of feedback that we've received, at least as it relates to Alpha 2's phase 1 and phase 2 experience, has been that combat is really in a good spot. It needs to be fleshed out more, right? We need to continue to build on it foundationally. However, we've gotten a lot of feedback that the combat feels good. And I think the rogue is a furtherance of that composition of the party combat of the game's archetypes, right? So those types of things are obviously something that takes time for us to iterate upon. PTR testing has gone great so far with rogue, which I'm sure, Margaret, you're about to get into. I'm assuming, I haven't seen the slide yet, but I'm assuming it's going to hit on some of those points.
Well, it's just a cool image of the rogue.
My bad. It looked to me like there was space for notes and
Oh yeah, you could.
Right.
This is a teaser to maybe a website page that you might be seeing in the future. That's why it's like
my bad.
Like that.
Artistic.
I
totally misread
believe
that.
Natalie worked on this one.
It does look great. Yeah, but let me talk a little bit about then the PTR testing that's been happening. Right now, the rogue, functionally, from a design perspective, the abilities are set up. They're in place. They have been iterated upon a little bit. Some adjustments have been made based off of testing, but not all the visual effects and not all of the audio are complete. So obviously that exists kind of at the end of the pipeline when you talk about archetype development, because really archetypes are, they're hubs for player abilities. And those player abilities are just, content pipelines with designs, with concept to design setup to animation to VFX to audio, right? And it's near now the end of that pipeline where all of those abilities are getting completed. So our expectation is that they'll be completed probably around March 15th or 16th, and then we'll make it to the prod environment, to our Alpha 2 environment by the end of March.
I know that people are really excited for that. So
are we gonna have servers just filled with rogues? It's just gonna be nonstop rogue.
Oh yeah, everyone's gonna play rogue. Think about it. It was like when we put Bard in, everyone was playing Bard. When we put Summoner in, it's going to do the same thing. I feel like that's always the case in any game that I've ever worked on. Whenever you put a new archetype or class in, people are just playing it like crazy, and then it slowly disseminates into the
It's
people
gonna
who
be
really
that
want to
spider.
play it.
It's gonna be the Spider-Man meme where everybody's like just pointing at each other and they're all rogues.
For sure. And because of what Steven was saying, we didn't in the current tests that we've been doing with folks, we didn't have like visual stuff ready for them. We have been getting general feedback on Rogue, the specific class mechanics like advantage and stealth, and basically allowing players to choose to either, level from level 1 all the way to 15, or just immediately boost themselves to check out the end game of those, or not end game, but like the level 15 abilities. So it's definitely been pretty mixed, I think. Mostly positive feedback that we've gotten, which has been pretty exciting. People have felt that, the Rogue has a lot of interesting mobility and movement and combat, like combo mechanics. So I think that this is going to be really fun for y'all.
Well, and the other thing I like about, what's kind of been built into the Rogue kit is, obviously there's compositionally rotations that are going to be more advantageous tactically as you kind of work around advantage consumption versus advantage generation. But in addition, some of the abilities are constrained with their proximity requirements, such as stealth, right? And I think that creates an interesting type of tactical gameplay for the rogue, to be conscientious about who they're going to open on versus what their escape route is. And that's I think part of the class identity that we want to satisfy. You're kind of in the outskirts of a battle, looking in, waiting for your time to strike, and then you go in, you take out your target, and you find your way out. And I think we've been
And I
Bucky's
think the
done a great
abilities
job hitting that mark.
that do that, like the grappling hook and the shadow step, both of those kind of like getting you in and getting you out type of thing, I think are definitely some of the loves that we've seen. But we know that there's some work that still needs to be done in regards to the stealth mechanic, and weapon functionality and things like that. So we are working towards improving those parts. But yeah,
I need
it's
this
been
image.
yeah.
We need to incorporate this image into our town hall deck when we do our town halls. It looks good.
All right.
I like
Make
it.
sure production, if you're watching this,
Production, grab this slide.
get on this image. Ask Mike Vecchio, he can get it for you. Yeah, so I think that there's a lot of interesting things that people have feedback on that the dev team is working towards. I know there was kind of confusion with the blow dart and unclear about which direction it's going. I think that'll be more clear too when the effects and stuff are in. I think a lot of the feedback that we've gotten has been like the stealth stuff and things like that have been because we don't have all of the visual elements in there. So it'll be interesting to see how the next test goes with folks. But they've gotten a lot of data because we've been pulling all of the damage data, all of the combat data that you got that we've been watching everybody utilize in those tests. So it's been very, very beneficial for us. And for those of you who participated in our survey, we super appreciate it. It has helped us a ton.
Oh yeah, great job on those surveys. Really good job on the surveys. A lot of helpful feedback, thoughts, well thought out. For those of you that have been testing on PTR, very good job there.
Yeah, I know that the comment team has definitely been eating into it, so thank you. Kind of in line, so this one will be a little bit of shorter segment, is the dual daggers. We have been testing weapon combos, weapon skill trees for the dual daggers. I know dual daggers are something that people have been really interested in for a long time outside of just Rogue. I think there's people who are interested in dual weapons in general. And a reminder that any archetype can use the dual daggers. The way the Ashes of Creation works is you're not beholden to using a specific weapon just because you are that archetype.
Yes.
Kind of a unique feature for us. So if you are new to this community, that is something that you can be aware of. And you have to level them up individually as well.
I see a lot of comments in chat about the two-handed axe. I will have you know that two-handed axe is currently being worked on, and not only that, but there's also opportunities for dual-wielded hand axes, I think, that we were planning as well. But I don't know when that's getting worked on. But the two-handed axe.
Even get everybody excited.
I know.
I know. I was like, I already kind of was teasing it that we were working on other dual weapons, but give us the dual daggers first. Let us start there.
Well, there's a lot of dual-wielded weapons actually that are planned. Even mixing and matching, right?
like having a
With the
dagger
dual,
and an axe, or a sword and
exactly,
an axe.
exactly, yes. And that is something that animation's been having a lot of fun, kind of working around, and econ around planning, those item creations. And it's a tough thing sometimes to balance between, value proposition on dual wielded weapons that occupy offhand versus main hand, along with two-handed weapons, or sword and board, or um, uh, uh, other types of offhand combinations. So um, two-handed axes being worked on. That'd be exciting. No
And in
dual, no
regards,
dual shields. No dual shields. I'm sorry.
oh,
That's too
can't be a
mean.
shield bro.
You can be a shield bro, but dual shields is like a level of memedom that might not, the servers couldn't probably handle with our current server tech. No, I'm just kidding. The dual wielded shields are just they're an odd thing. They're an odd thing for sure.
And I think that when we were doing a lot of the dual dagger testing, obviously we had some issues with visibility on the daggers. We didn't have visuals, so it was kind of a little bit hard for everybody to really get the full impact of what it's going to feel like. But there were people who felt like it was overpowered. We're definitely looking at the balance of that. It's a very fast weapon pace, and obviously the
Dude,
damage
there.
output will be something we're going to be balancing. And there were some suggestions in regards to having different combo chains, so you could do like a bleeding damage chain, a mobility damage chain, etc. So that is something that we are exploring as
Dude, there are some dual wield fanatics in our chat.
well. Oh yeah, oh
For
yeah.
shield specifically.
Not a lot of games let you do that. Just like
I
bashing
know.
shields, throwing shields, bringing the shield back. That'd be sick. As somebody who often plays
Captain
tank or
America.
cleric, yeah,
Yes.
dude, that'd be so sick.
Okay,
I'm
fine.
here for you guys.
Then you know what we need? We need like a shield skin for the orb weapon, because the orb weapon
Yeah,
is kind of that medium go out, come back in. And
yeah,
so we
yeah.
do like a shield version of that as a skin, and it just goes out, comes back in. That'd be
Don't
cool.
tease, Steven.
No,
You're gonna
that'd be
make
cool.
people
That'd be
mad.
interesting.
All right, well, I won't talk too much about that. Let's move on to the big PvP content that I know y'all are excited for, node sieges. We have been working on a lot of things in regards to this. It touches so many pieces of content, from our event system to our node system as a whole. So it is a big piece that requires a lot of coordination with a lot of teams to be able to pull off. And then, of course, the PC side of it, where combat balance comes into play. So we've been testing out control point respawns. We've actually had many different iterations of that already. We've moved some spawn points around. We've put a timer on certain things where, like, you have group spawn-ins. That has helped with ease some issues where people were just coming in constantly respawning, which made it hard. Final objective locations, we've kind of moved those around, tested those around in different locations to find some balance. We're getting there. I don't think we're quite perfectly there. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done, but it's getting close to there. And then gate destruction, time to kill. Obviously, some of these things will change too once we start adding siege weapons in there, and siege vehicles and things like that. But this is the first testing iteration of that. And then, of course, the impact of archetypes and how they play out in large scale PvP like that. We were doing roughly 100v100 at that time, but obviously our goal is much larger than that.
Yeah, no, the testing has gone great. Obviously, like Margaret said, this is a very complex system, and there's a lot that's kind of working within the system. Whether or not we're talking about exclusive registration, we're talking about control points, resurrection locations, destructibility, damage on unique prop and assets, ceiling tech. Like, there's a lot of convergence of complex gameplay logic that's happening with this one system. As a result of that, it needs time to cook. However, I will say that this last test I heard was very good. I saw it in the Discord discussed by the participants and the testers, and we are looking pretty good for our target to introduce the MVP for node sieges, not castle sieges,
Yeah.
by the end of March.
The big changes that happened between those two tests were pretty amazing. We tested out two different node layouts as well, in different nodes, and that gave them some more insight, as well as the first iteration. We definitely saw a super advantage for defenders. Now, we do want there to be some semblance of advantage for defenders, because losing your node is a pretty big deal. But at the same time, we do want it to be a fight that is winnable by either
By the
side
way,
to some extent.
just real quick, just a reminder, if you just tune in, I was sick a week ago. I'm no longer sick, but I still have some legacy, coughing, because I tend to cough anyways. So I
People were
apologize.
surprised because last stream you had no coughing at all.
I know, my lungs are not the strongest part of my body.
But yeah, node siege testing has been going pretty amazingly for us. And like Steven said, I think we're pushing for that to land. Do we have a timeline that we were willing to share with folks?
For the MVP of sieging, I think we're going to make by the end of March something on prod. Yeah.
Exciting. So coming to you soon, next month potentially, might be what we're showing. And if that's the case, we'll definitely try to plan something where we can push a node siege, even if it's not necessarily something that's timed at that
Now
time.
be ready, because actually I think in the initial implementation of sieges on the production Alpha 2 environments at the end of March will not destroy nodes. So these will be events that happen that allow nodes to defend themselves and for attackers to attack nodes, and there'll be prizes that can be acquired and
They
injuries
get
done
sent
to
to you
the
through
node.
mail.
Yes, but we're not quite ready to bring on the node destruction yet. That's probably going to be another month, maybe 2 out, because there's a ruins phase, and you need to be able to acquire the relics and move those, which will come online soon enough as well. So just keep in mind, this will be rolled out in phases, the components of Siege. Siege is a very complex system.
Hey guys, don't PvP us. Leave us alone. Come on. We can ban you all. You know that,
Who's
right?
PvPing us? What happened?
In game.
Are they PvPing us?
Yeah. Let's go into the last bit and then kick off the fun in game. We have bug fixes. Reminders to you guys, if you are helping us test, that there is a /bug functionality in game. You can actually click if something's an exploit, and that kind of escalates the issue to us as well. We do have a known issues list, so make sure that you're checking that. And we've got those listed. But when you do /bug, I don't think everyone's aware of this. It also gives us a bunch of other information on the back end. So it is very helpful for us. We do use that. And even if somebody else has already /bugged it, sometimes it can be the data that you're giving us can assist us in getting more information on how to resolve the issues. So please do so. It is very beneficial for us. And of course, if you find something that's an exploit and you claim it and you report it as an exploit, please don't continue to use it to do it. We are going to take action, and we have been taking action on people who have been exploiting. Saying it again, people keep saying make official statement. Like, we've said it many times. We've taken actions. I know that it is an alpha. We are trying to be understanding. We do want people to test also. So as long as you're not exploiting it to egregious amounts, you're just testing it and getting us the information. It's very different. So don't live in fear either. But also, it's pretty obvious when you're doing it continually to give yourself an advantage. Very obvious.
And I will say that despite the actions we've taken in the past for some people who have participated in exploitation, we actually have a very stellar community when it comes to people that are reporting these things, that are notifying moderators and community team members, myself and Discord, who point out issues in game, who are helping new players on board. So, despite the fact that we've on occasion now had to represent our seriousness of maintaining the game integrity, we are very, very impressed with the quality of our testers and the community who are participating in Alpha 2. our hats go off to you guys, because we could not ask for a better group of people to help bring Ashes to life, and to, you know, help us iron out the kinks in the game, but also to help us with our process, and how much patience there really is on you guys who want to see this game come to life. So from everybody at Intrepid, let me offer you my thanks and appreciation.
And I think that's a perfect segue into, we did want to talk a little bit about today's situation, or well, I guess it was yesterday's that moved into today's situation, in regards to Glint. I know there's a lot of people who are like, well, that was egregious. It was something that's anybody who was in that area who was farming, you know, mobs like you would have experienced. And it's kind of a hard thing
Oh,
to,
you're talking about the Glint thing?
yeah,
Yeah,
bring
that thing that was unfortunate. So basically, there are reward tables that exist, right, for any creature you kill, or any event that might offer you an award, whether that be through a quest that you complete, or it be through killing a creature, or discovering a treasure chest, or, you know, whatever has rewards associated with it lives on some reward table. And there are many different ways that we can interact with applying reward tables. It can be directly on the creature. It can be an override that gets applied based off of location within the world through a ZOI system. And as we develop new zones, there are opportunities for these new zones to be applied unique reward tables that sometimes aren't the reward tables that should have been applied. And in this case, it was applying a reward table of a treasure chest. So every creature killed was giving a treasure chest's worth of rewards in Glint, which was kind of crazy in certain ZOIs. So
we were pretty frustrated when we found that.
I know, but the great thing is this is why we have alphas, right? This not only do we catch bugs like this, which is one thing, right? You always want to catch a bug and you want to fix the bug. However, you want to fix the way the bug was capable of being introduced in the first place. And that means inspecting our validation tools and inspecting our processes and ticketing systems and everything that goes on behind the scenes for a developer to get a task, do a task, submit a task, and check a task, right? All
QA
of
to
that,
review the task.
that has so much that lives on the development side that really happens behind something like a reward table getting applied in game. And we then got to inspect that, and also we got to test our rollback feature, which is a totally different system that
we've never had to enact. So this was the first time we haven't enacted it, and it came with some issues as y'all were assisting us. So we really appreciate it. I think when Steven's talking about patience, you know, yesterday and today, we saw a lot of that from y'all, and for giving us information and helping us resolve it. It means a lot to us. And, you know, obviously we're doing a lot on our end, looking at our data, but having the reference of what you guys feel like you're experiencing versus what's actually happening is always beneficial for us.
And you know, all on top of that, the great thing was that this month we had a major release that was a big promotion off of one of our lower environments, right? Mm-hmm. And at the same time, we had a huge release for our tertiary systems, all of the ICS systems that get players into game and that allow them to connect to the launcher and that, you know, have them communicate with our backend services. And then on top of that, we were doing cluster maintenance on, you know, all the deployed environments on our cloud infrastructure. So all of these things happened, and literally the day before we got into the issue with the drop table, we had a different epileptic issue with our lighting system, and the skybox was flickering like a madman rave house.
Oh my gosh, I logged in and I was like, help.
We were up until midnight, I think, on Wednesday trying to deal with the epilepsy rave town in the sky.
I was feeling nauseous just like in the game, so yeah.
It has been a crazy week. When I say I'm ready for February to be over, I am ready for February to be done.
Yeah, on top of that, you have a lot of personal stuff too, so like the combination is probably not great. But yeah, we want to thank you all, and obviously on that front, beyond that, we've been compiling reports. I think a lot of you are like, oh, they're the same issues over and over, and you haven't resolved them. Some of them require a lot more work. We know that like we have a lot of large scale issues that you guys have continually reported. So we understand your community concerns in regards to, obviously these aren't all the bugs. We know that there's been a lot, but resource gatherable rarities, performance, caravans, UI, UX have been some of the highest ones that have been reported by you. Some of them require a little bit more love. For instance, like caravans are something that we're kind of doing like a big, not a big overhaul, but like a decent overall on them that will fix a bunch of issues versus just trying to, you know, like bop it, you know, clean up 1 or 2 bugs here. We're trying to do a little bit more of a larger scale. Yeah, whack-a-mole.
Yeah, that's what you're thinking. Bop it. I like
Bop it is the other thing, right? Where you spin it around your foot. I can't remember.
Or the Chuck E. Cheese's one with the fat mama. I think it is. Have you seen that one?
I don't know if I've seen that one.
Oh,
I wasn't a cool kid. I didn't get to go to Chuck E. Cheese.
What? That's like the best
I know what
birthday
Chuck E. Cheese
lunches,
is.
man. Oh, so
I never
good.
celebrated birthday. I
Oh.
just celebrate them now as an adult, but as a kid, I
ads
didn't
starting
celebrate them.
shortly. They're not really
But I
talking
think
about
that
anything, so
you
I'll
know,
run the
we
ad
are
now.
working towards those things. We understand that they're big key pieces of the
you in
feedback.
a
Combat
minute and a
balance is
half.
constantly a thing that people bring up. Economy guilds, those are things that we are doing and working towards, and we want to just reassure you that we're working towards them. And I think with that, we will hop in game and we'll show some cool stuff that we
should
have
we?
going on. Yeah, and we've got a whole slew of developers who are patiently waiting, almost getting murdered by a bunch of players. We see you guys. I was like, please don't kill us. Come on. We can head in game.
Should I switch to Discord or are we keeping Zoom?
Yeah, we'll switch to the
Switching
Discord.
to Discord. All right, stand by. Be Scorpion Dwarf people.
So cute.
Oh my gosh, that
They're
is
adorable.
awesome. Comparatively,
They said we're muted. Okay, it's
Uh-oh.
back. Okay, we're fixed.
Oh, embarrassing.
Okay.
Embarrassing to be seen on something like that.
what? Those things, I
They're
bet you
so
there's two. They should be
cute.
super fast. They should be super fast.
Yeah, they are kind of little go karts.
Are they fast? Can you like run? Yeah.
They
Oh
are.
my gosh, look at these things. What
Little
is
legs.
that? Is crazy. That is wild. I love these.
All right, do we want to do some
This is Mario
introductions
Kart.
of the new folks who are joining us?
Yes.
We do have some new faces and obviously some folks who or voices, and obviously some folks that y'all have met before.
All right, let's do this. So, we have joining us today our technical director, Zach. How you doing, Zach?
I'm great. Happy to be here. Ready to play.
Are you ready to play? Have you
You've been after
de-stressed
chaos today?
from the last
I don't know
couple
if
of days?
I don't know if I'm de-stressed.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
we only have a couple hours left into the weekend, so we're good. It's been a long few days.
Dude, don't jinx us, and then we're gonna find something else, and we're gonna have to be here all weekend.
We
Don't-
do
don't
have
say
it
that,
deployed
don't say that.
tomorrow. Well, thank you for
Bye.
joining, Zach. I think people will get a treat kind of listening in on the shenanigans from a technical perspective, what we kind of went through. And also one of our lead systems engineer, Alex Kudoli. Alex, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great. Happy to be here again.
Yes, welcome back. And of course, we have a glorious member of our senior production team, Gunther, not only a producer, but also an artist. So he knows both of the realms and has actually, late at night, submitted a few fixes himself.
We're leaking everything today, aren't we, Steven?
I know, we totally are. How you doing, Gunther?
He's not
Doing
feeling well.
great,
He's on
thank you.
flu medicine, and he's
I
like ready
am.
to just share all the deets.
Oh my gosh, I'm
He's
totally,
vulnerable.
I'm completely medicated.
I have to tell Kyle
Oh.
get the mute button ready. No, I'm just kidding.
Doing great, thank you. No, also, just so you know, I already added the rope to the production template now, so
Oh, nice.
next time you use
Thanks,
it,
Gunther.
it's already in there.
Yes.
See, I knew a producer would be listening.
Oh wait,
I'm glad to be here.
I need to close my chat box. I was told by a voice in the sky to close my chat box. All right, Gunther, great to have you, brother. And we have, of course, Luperza on her great, beautiful Scorpion. Welcome, Luperza. That is
So
Margaret
awesome.
Crone, our communications director. Welcome. And then Bill Trost, our director of design. Bill, how you doing, brother?
Good. Good. Ready, ready to cause some trouble.
You didn't want to do the little tiny scorpion?
No, oh no.
Zoom in on the slobber on his.
A
He's
proud
got
Vec would never
slobber.
be caught dead on one of those.
Oh man,
Do you
what
see
is
the
this?
slobber coming out of his mouth?
Oh,
Gross.
that's nasty. Well, that's because this is a Komodo, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so they're all about like spit that's super nasty bacteria, and that's how they kill their prey. They're not violent. They just do a little nip, and then you go and you die by yourself and they eat you later.
They're not violent. They just nip and murder you.
It's their bacteria buddies that do all the work.
Yeah,
They just reap the benefit.
that's like some maximum entropy efficiency as an evolutionary, trait.
Yeah.
It's nice. And then we have our Het. Actually, is pronounced Ret. Our lead, one of our lead systems designers. Is that right, Ret? We have
More or
her?
less. Yeah.
There you are, brother. How you doing?
Yeah. Everyone gets my name wrong.
Is it actually our Het?
I'm not sure.
Trolling us now.
We'll have to figure
Whoa.
that out.
Oh, I love it. Well, welcome, Rhett. We're happy to have you.
Thanks,
And
I'm
then, of
happy to
course,
be
GM Snipey, I must assume, is Adam. One of
That
our
is me. Yeah.
lead content designers. How you doing, Adam?
I'm doing good, man. I was told to pick a clever name, and I was playing a ranger, so.
Oh, I like it. I love it. Looks great. Ranger's always a strong class. And Rhett and Adam, I think this is your guys' first time on, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
That's
happy
why
to have you
they're
both.
Yes.
hanging close to each other. They're like comforting each other.
That's fun.
I love it.
We're just both here to compliment Bill frequently.
Smart.
Aw.
That's smart.
Bill, did you pay them for that?
Smart move.
I mean, technically, yes.
That's
Uh,
true.
Oh, I
Technically,
love it.
Steven pays them too.
Yeah, I was gonna say I just enable.
Wait, they don't tell me nice
Steven
things.
payment.
Yeah. All
We're
right.
like-
Well,
All right. Well,
I'm
I
sorry.
think we're gonna play through one of the new pocket dungeons. There are quite a few of them. If you haven't explored the desert lands, the Sand Squall deserts, there are a lot of little places where you can explore, hop in, get experience, and fat loots. This area is called the Apothecarium Dreadmire, and I don't know if one of the designers wants to share kind of the lore and what the goal is, what level you should be for this area.
Yeah, this is like a late 20s, early 30s level dungeon, and it's like Breaking Bad in the desert, kind of. The Najash here are like experimenting with poisons, mixing them with their own venom and stuff to be more effective, and they're led by this dude, Zervithus. I think I pronounced that right. And his assistant, Zultarish, who I'm sure we'll run into here in a second.
cool. I love the. I like the Josh. I think they look great in their animations and the monster's size.
Who thinks they do the best damage? I want to know who to put my bless on.
Well, Artret looks like he's getting in there. Oh, you
Zach
know what?
is tanking right now, and I don't think he's meant to be tanking.
I accidentally set myself to 500,000 hit points because I thought I was going to get
Zach,
murdered.
stop
in
running
PvP.
away. I can't heal you.
Let me see. Oh, do you have game music, Kyle? Are you good? Because I don't hear any. I mean, I don't need to. I was just making sure you got it.
He hates
Okay,
me.
Are we pulling out
Hmm.
here?
I mean, you have me in your party. That means pulling everything anyways.
Is there... My heals are not working on you for some reason.
Who, me?
At all?
Yeah.
Oh, no, on me, because unfortunately I set myself to 500,000 hit points. And when I set myself back down, it actually doesn't change my max health. So I'm at like 20,000. You're healing me. You're doing a great job.
Oh,
Not,
okay.
it's just not eating into my 500k. So the bar looks like it's low. And so I know Rhett talked to
I
me.
don't know. I'm trying to heal Snipey and it's not.
Oh, is it not healing
It's not.
Snipey?
It's healing
Yeah.
me. It's weird. I don't know.
You tried to
Yeah,
heal-
I noticed when I tried to put my thorns on somebody else, they ended up on me too. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah. I don't know what that's all about. Not ideal.
Uh-oh. I might
Yeah.
not be able to heal you. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to heal
Yeah,
myself.
my heals are only
Wow.
healing me. Oh no.
We're
found the
live
bug.
QAing everybody. Now we need to find the reason for the bug. And we all seem to share it.
Yeah, all my heals are healing just me.
Is because even though we're in a party, we're all flagged.
Oh, because we all flagged. That's right. The bug.
Yes. Yes.
People
we should.
PvP'd us.
That's right.
Yeah, someone is flagged PvP.
We lost Bill and we lost Adam.
Oh, did they die?
Shit.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah, because I couldn't heal them.
Okay. Well, let's go investigate
This
other
dev
places.
update's hilarious to watch. Like, there's so much shit going on. Like,
Maybe.
is this bug? Is this bug?
But I do know that some of the things that some of the players were asking was, even though we've expanded into the Sandsquall
like,
Desert,
this isn't
and
working as intended.
we've expanded the size of the
Wonder why that's
peninsula. We've
bugged.
introduced these additional pocket dungeons. There are additional creatures and NPCs here, and reward tables here. What is the process like from a design perspective? How does Econ kind of follow that path of new zone development? Are there still things that Econ's going to be doing in the Sandsquall Desert? Rhett, if you want to speak a little bit to that.
Oh yeah, a bunch actually. So this initial crop of the desert, has a good selection of resources, but we want to make sure that there are options at each tier. So we have another about half dozen different resources still on
nice.
the way.
Oh, that's cool. And is that just kind of spread out between like herbalism, mining, and
Exactly.
okay.
Yeah, we want to get coverage. There's a new Joshua tree. There's some new minerals. Lithium on the metal side is coming, and of course, we'll make new recipes for those that cross different artisanships again to get that cooperation we like to get in our crafting loop. And so there's a lot of that coming. There's some new loot. These dungeons just gotten stood up, and we're going to be running right behind with new cool stuff to get from the named enemies in the new dungeon, pocket dungeons. Possibly even, there's a certain named rogue that maybe Adam knows about. That
Who's this named Rogue, Adam?
A named road. Say.
from the Obsidian Jackals.
Oh.
Hell,
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like a quest NPC, maybe.
Yeah.
Indeed.
could be an interesting way to get your hand on some dual daggers. Not promising anything, but I'm just saying.
Some
It's the
heads
kind of
up.
stuff that-
People looking to,
Yeah.
they want to know how they want to get their dual daggers when they come out.
Yeah, also, there's some interesting stuff going on with those Obsidian Jackals. They know more than you may think they do.
I think they do too, because somehow they were dropping treasure just worth
That's true, yeah. It's good to be an Obsidian Jackal, apparently.
Yeah, those guys are rich.
Where's our tank?
I don't know. Where are we going, by the way?
It's
I'm gonna
supposed to
follow
be
you.
our head, but
Oh, that's good. He was.
Oh.
Oh, is he jibber jabbering? Sorry.
Yeah, he was monologuing.
he was chit chatting.
See, and people ask me all the time, why do you play so badly? It's because I have to think about talking.
By the way, yeah, if you
I'm just wondering because I'm like healing the poop out of Bill, and I'm like, why is
Margaret, I'm going to
Bill
follow
taking-
you. You take us where you want to go.
yeah, we might have
Well-
to flog Margaret for healing. Fix for me.
Yeah, we're supposed to go into that dungeon. Do we not want to go in there?
Oh, yeah, no, we can go in there. I already went in there, kind of.
Oh, you flew around already.
Yeah, a little bit. I want to fly to other places.
We can certainly do so. Would you like us to do what we did last time, where we just summon you to them?
Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we can do
That might
that.
be faster. Since we chatted a bunch earlier. Head to the next one.
And did we bring on the additional nodes as well online yet?
No, not yet.
Not yet, okay.
But there are outposts that there is an outpost in those places. I believe it's the Jin and the what's the other one? Jinna and Squall's end nodes will be there.
Yep.
And those are the two new flawless POIs.
Nice.
Those will be where the two new nodes are.
Okay, very cool.
But they are coming. I don't know if anyone here wants to talk more about that.
About the new nodes? Oh,
About
well.
Squall's End and yeah.
Oh yeah,
They're like, when? People in the chat are like, when? When are they coming?
soon trademark. Commodities. There's been some new commodities placed as well, I believe, for Sand Squall. Is that true? Rhett, do you know?
I think that systems team has been working on some of that as well. We definitely want each of the new nodes to be a worthwhile destination, a place where players want to invest their time. So, in addition to all the new resources in the new biome itself, we want to make sure that there are additional reasons to go to all the different nodes we're setting up here.
Very nice. Now, as I'm flying through this pocket dungeon, one thing you'll notice, in addition to Econ and some of the other design teams kind of coming through the parts of the world that we are expanding, will also be some of the lighting team as well. And there's still a lot of work that's outstanding to kind of make these inferior spaces shine, for lack of a better term. No pun intended, of course. When it comes to the lighting, that Unreal just does so well. But our lighting will have some time. Oh, I've been summoned. Congrats, I am now citizen of Lionhold.
Yes. So this next one is
I love these
Communion.
little trees.
Oh
these-
yeah.
I don't want to
communion's
interrupt.
cool.
I don't want to interrupt what you're
No,
saying.
I was
Finish that.
I was just gonna say that expect as those pocket dungeons over the course of the next couple of weeks, we'll get some lighting passes to them that are really gonna make them stand out. These trees are so great.
It's
I
so
love this
pretty.
color.
It's
Right.
giving me spring vibes for sure.
Yes, Tristan did such a great job with these.
Do we want to talk about kind of the communion area and the lore behind here, and then I don't know if we want to pop in there, check it out.
Yeah, part of the reason like it's so like pretty over here at Communion is just because this was like historically a Valen retreat. Pilgrims would come here and they would like prepare themselves first when they were petitioning Jin for like entry into Mokop's Mirage. These days, though, the retreat's found itself some new residents that are perhaps a little less esteemed.
They're nasty.
Oh my gosh,
Whoa,
they have a lot of
what's
HP.
That bear.
Oh, dodge!
I'm trying to heal you.
The lighting here has not been touched at all. So
No, it needs some love.
you guys will see this place really look different once lighting gets a pass. I know that our lighting artists are like, thank you for sending this. Thank you. Oh, the stairs lead up somewhere. Wow. I love the fire effects on these. Who did these fire effects? Is this Noah?
That's a really good question.
I think he might have done them.
Can find it out for you. Let me do my specialty of going into Jira, finding the tasks.
Whoa, what was that you guys just got hit by?
I'm getting like Professor McGonagall is doing that like Snape battle with me.
Uh-oh. Sorry, I'm trying to revive Zach.
Yeah.
Where's our tank?
This bear is no joke.
Yeah, he's wrecking us.
He's very mad.
Oh, jeez.
There's this like awesome red post-process effect that's like in a volume, and it's making the fire effects look really corrupt. I'm digging it.
Oh my gosh. This guy's really miserable. Taking it out on us.
Yeah, miserable
Yeah,
dust
it's right there in the name.
It's miserable.
But you would be too if you were a bear in the desert.
Gosh.
I'm not sure.
Oh,
I'm trying
Not
to
sure how we
revive.
can bear it.
Oh my god.
Zach, you might be the best person to tank, actually. If
I can tank. It's fine.
'cause I think you're
Gunfighter.
Oh, unless you just
Can
get
you do,
murdered.
Zach? Can you really?
Guess not.
How'd you get like one shot at? What is that?
Miserable dust bot.
You
I
die.
feel like we're not doing any damage. to
No,
him.
we
What's
aren't.
happening?
Look at his health bar. He's regenerating.
It's just
faster than
regenerating
we can do
too
damage
fast.
to him.
Yeah, I think.
God.
I'm just outside looking at the
Yeah.
the trees. I'm sorry.
It's a much better sight out there, Steven. Don't. It's just
It's
Okay,
horrible.
where is
Horrible
reset?
here.
Reset. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, get back out of here.
Yeah, back in here. Where are you?
Oh, he's resetting.
it's
Steven.
bad
Steven's
to
bringing
me.
it back.
Oh my god! You people are dead.
Yeah.
What is this bear?
Don't mess
Very
with dust
angry
bot.
bear.
No.
I'm gonna get us to the next one.
All
Unless
right.
there's anything else you want to talk about in the communion area. There, I believe that might be the. There are some 3-star mobs in there, so they're pretty.
red.
I shall res GM Snipey.
Oh, thank you.
There
They
go.
want you to loot the bodies.
What?
Loot them.
Should I can't loot.
Even would never
I
loot.
can't loot Bill.
Come on.
That'd be terrible. Bill doesn't even have anything on him to loot.
I know. There's nothing worth taking.
Yeah.
That might be why you're dying. You don't have good enough gear. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's
No,
not true,
it-
Bill. You have the
Yeah,
best stuff.
yeah. No, it's definitely a skill gap.
Ooh, group loot.
Oh, by the way, you will be happy to know that we are adding hotkey availability to the Greed All.
Yes.
And Need.
I would like
Nice.
that greatly.
That is actually currently, from a UX perspective, in review or soon to be in review. So
Ooh.
There you go.
There it is. It's happening. I think that was a request I had during a Q&A. I don't know who that was with. Was it with Jamie?
Yeah, but it's a request I feel like a lot of us have.
No, for sure. I totally agree. But it was that Q&A that made me go into Slack and say, let's get this done next week. It was already in the backlog.
yes, we just prioritized it a little bit.
Yeah.
I think
I'm
I've
getting
got
summoned.
Everybody. So this next one is the Gypsum Outpost.
The Gypsum Outpost.
Oh yeah, this one is an old watering hole. Again, this is sort of like lower 30s, like level 30 or 35 content. Speaking of those obsidian jackals, you might find them here.
And
But
so
also,
there's
rumor has it
fortune
that
key.
there's a trading post that you might be able to find here somewhere too.
They're catching fire again. Did you guys go inside?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I went into a different
Look at
place.
this guy over here. He's yelling. He's like, "You, new arrival, come here.
Always yelling at me. It's not very
Don't
friendly.
tell me what to do. You're not my boss."
You're not my dad, you're a cell phone.
Don't throw him on the ground, Stephen.
I know. Oh, I found you guys. We've done it.
Yep.
Even run away before I could wave.
Oh.
Whoa, all these skeletons.
Oh, who brought
coming.
these? Oh my god!
Oh my gosh, well,
Whoa!
holy moly. Raining.
Jeez.
Somebody found the back room.
Oh my gosh, I can't even heal through that.
I did not know that they would follow me all this way. I am so sorry.
Sure.
No, I did not know that they were going to follow me.
Sure.
I am never gonna work off this debt.
Bill will never XP recover from this.
Oh no, that person died too. A random bystander just died.
Steve.
Oh, they're
Oh,
looting
this
me?
is terrible. Oh, I
No,
should.
no. I would never loot Alex.
I'm reviving you
Just-
guys. Hold on.
I'm just checking Alex. Need to know what you
Thank you very
have
much.
there.
Oh, look what they had.
You're
Don't
now
engage
looting
it
the random
again.
person you killed?
No. I was just looking at what they had. I was just looking.
You guys are crazy. I just revived you and then you're attacking it?
Here. Help you. There we go.
I just put one mark on it.
Uh-oh. I crashed.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Stand by. I'm coming back. I'll make sure I have the right build. Alright, this is the right build.
Well, the good news is I revived everybody and I got everyone healed up. And we're no longer getting murdered by skeletons.
I may or
Global
not
chat.
mean.
Somebody said global chat is calling for my ban.
You're just trading people.
You did, yeah, you did just train that guy. I mean,
What would, this is a dangerous place to be.
Someone just said also, all the mobs near me just died.
Oh yeah, because he mass nukes them.
Maybe you got easy anti-cheat kicked, Steven.
No, I think that I mass nuked and I got too many RPCs and it crashed me.
No.
That makes sense.
No one else disconnected, so I think
You're
that's
doing
probably-
stuff you're probably not supposed to be doing.
I know, it's my bad. It is my bad. All right, where are we going to next?
I'm headed there next, so we're gonna head on over to Stonehold.
I love the tops of these rocks that they put in the environment.
Yeah, very
Oh, my
nice.
bad.
Also,
Yeah,
Alex,
Oh,
is it
it's
cool if I
over
sell
here.
you glint?
Oh, did you get to say everything that you wanted to about the gypsum outpost before we ran off?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I was going to say is it's not as safe as it seems, but we got a really good example of that, so.
Yeah, we learned that.
Oh, my HP is normal again. We're good.
Oh yay! Then I'll be able to actually heal you.
Yeah.
But we figured out why I was having trouble healing everybody here.
I love the blue water against the arid terrain. And all these date palms.
Yeah, the water is pretty over
Oh,
here.
it crashed.
This is like a little oasis. Oh,
Ruh-roh.
kill it! The berserker.
why do you kill my scorpion?
I don't know, but he came in heavy-handed.
Killing it. Oh my
Oh, you
god,
guys
there's
at
another one.
Stonehold?
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
not immune again.
Uh-oh. Steven.
Oh,
I can't.
I disappeared in the
Steven
air.
always feels like an extra one.
I didn't know.
The chaos.
Okay, we got this. We got this. Watch, I can heal now.
Yeah, I think we can do
gonna heal.
one. I don't know about two. That's a
No,
little
I'm
much.
I'm healing. Bill.
They hurt. There's 3 stars too. They're
Let me set
not
my
gentle with those fists.
speed.
No, these
my
giants
gosh.
are definitely not.
Oh my goodness.
They are not gentle
Right,
giants.
get this guy off of me.
I got you on heals. Where you at?
Oh gosh.
Sir,
Okay.
come in, sir.
There you go.
What happened to Snipey? Oh yeah, you crashed. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
I thought you died. I was like, what?
Oh. Oop. Okay. Okay. No.
Press to see the other one.
Ah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Finally, now we're down to 1. I think we can manage that.
Okay. I suppose we could.
Paid the price for walking into a giant's nest there.
Yeah, these guys are. These
How
guys
about
are tough.
we pull one at a time and we let the tank. Maybe that might work. I
Dude,
don't know.
This thing is like unkillable.
Well, you got to do damage to it.
Yeah.
It's a 3-star elite.
His regen's faster than our damage. Oh,
Yep.
they killed me on. Oh no, the Federation came and got me.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh yeah, we're getting like
too
PvP now
bad.
too.
Oh, we've got to defend ourselves. Quick,
Okay, the giant got him.
developers of Intrepid, activate PvP
I
mode.
can't heal you. Where'd you go, Zach?
As we all die.
I'm,
You're
I'm
out of my
chasing
line
them
of
away.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
out of my line of sight. I couldn't
This
heal
guy's
you.
Oh,
regen
Zach
is
got him.
ridiculous.
Good job, Zach. That's our technical director, ladies and gentlemen.
Defending us with everything that he has.
You need to stack wounds.
Just be the tank, I guess, Trust. I will just heal the PBGBs out of you.
All right.
I did see a comment about TTK. We are actively in the process
What is
and
happening?
with, I believe, Bucky and the combat team of inspecting our combat stats and enchantment values and taking a look at adjusting the TTK. So I think some of those changes actually are already on a lower environment being tested right now. You may see some adjustments over the course of the next couple of weeks.
Oh my gosh. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get you up and keep everyone else up.
No.
I got Zach. You can try and get him up.
Yeah, I'm healing
And-
Zach.
Oh, I can
Again,
get
his regen
Trust.
is just insane.
His regen is.
He also does splash damage, so don't stand in front of him.
Yeah.
All right, I got Bill.
You know, the tank is supposed to be in front, not the DPS. It might be like years of experience might teach you these things.
It depends. Depends. When I play DPS, I'm definitely sometimes in front.
Oh, you are an outlier to this, Stephen.
This is a good new area. I like this place.
It's a
I like
really
the-
pretty oasis with the
It
cave
is.
next to it.
We haven't even gone into the cave yet.
yeah, right. This is just their
Seem to
front
get
lawn.
sidetracked.
Yeah, we got sidetracked by giants. I think it's because Bill wanted revenge on his poor scorpion.
We're entering the kiting mode.
Well, I think this is a smaller dungeon if you want to fly through there, Steven.
That's
I
what I'm
don't think
doing.
it's
I like
super large.
the size of the interior is very large, but then it has these giants in them, which kind of makes it a little smaller again.
Cozy.
Yeah. Again, needing a lighting pass. Once this has a lighting pass, you guys are gonna go, ooh, ah.
Yeah, I could easily see where like the stalactites and stalagmites will look really cool once the lighting is proper in there.
I would love to open the ceiling a little bit more and get some nice god rays.
There is an
inside.
opening in one spot, I thought, in there.
Yeah,
but I don't
that's
know
not
where.
enough. That's not
It's not enough. Steven needs like a million god rays.
most of my art direction.
I'm gonna
is
grab
more,
you,
is
Alex,
More
in a
god
moment.
rays. Just saying more god rays.
I can confirm.
Yeah. It's kind of like J.J. Abrams and lens flare.
Careful, Zach.
But we have custom god ray tech now, so everything will be better.
All right, I have successfully explored the interior, the home base of these
All right.
godly
Keep your
berserkers.
guys. I think we need to get away from this. Did you want to talk a little bit about the area, Red? I think we got super distracted.
I'm also digging the particle.
I mean, well, yeah, I was kind of saying earlier, this is the home of the Unlock Giants. They're kind of like a splitter clan, but like they're badass. They have this like totem that their leader worships. That's sort of like a symbol of power.
Where is the totem? Was it
We didn't
inside
get-
there? Where?
Yeah, as I said, we didn't get far enough to see it.
Is it the giant like horn thing that's in there?
Yeah.
Oh, that thing's cool. Steven, did you show that off?
Yes, I did. I
Okay.
didn't call it out though. I'm loving the blue water.
Yeah, right.
Brett, do
Yeah.
you want to take us to where the unique commodities are and stuff like that? We follow you.
I'm not
mean, where to-
sure.
Go resource hunting, you mean? Can find some resources.
Yeah, sorry, Margaret. You talking about the new stuff that's coming?
Yeah.
Well, we don't have it yet, but you'll see. I mean, the canary trees here are really cool. They came in this most recent round, and we're going to be filling that out with Joshua trees. We have some new tropical plants coming in, including the cactus pear fruit that will be useful in cooking. Oh, there it goes. And a bunch of, like I said, new mining materials as well. And we'll also be following in behind the world team, filling in hunting pop in these kind of new areas here on the east.
For the animal husbandry stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
Like you saw the scorpions at the beginning of this. Those just snuck in, so they're kind of in this, I guess, the in-between from this most recent release to where we're heading next. And we're going to keep, adding on new cool stuff like that as much as we can.
Oh, look at these statues over here. Do you guys see this?
Where are you? You split up from
Oh,
us.
Can you see these? Is that cool? I wonder who these people are. Now, interest. I wonder if there's a little bit of a call out to the Foreign Empire.
Hey.
Who were the Torn? Did they have a presence in the Sand Squall? Time will tell. The sands of time, you might say. Oh man,
Yeah, that's what that'll do to you.
that will do to you. All right, where are we going to next?
I think this is kind of where we're wrapping up here, talking about the hunting and animal husbandry stuff. I don't remember if we touched on the 2 new lawless COIs, or if we want to talk more about those at all.
Oh,
Obviously, we're getting attacked.
yeah. Oh, are you?
No, we were earlier.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I think we expanded the playable space for the lawless territories, correct?
yeah. Both of the lawless zones, in fact. So you're gonna end up, when we add the new nodes here in a second, you're also gonna end up with an additional lawless area, if I recall correctly, right?
That is right, yes. We're going to be expanding that out a little bit. I got you. You're safe. I healed you.
Sorry,
from that. No, I see you running from the giant. So good.
Okay. But yeah, the desert is gonna get significantly more dangerous. But I mean, that's where the fun is, right?
Absolutely. And next month we are going to be expanding the turquoise sea. I'm sorry, no. Yeah, turquoise sea, right?
Turquoise Sea,
Tropic.
yep.
Yeah. And I think there's gonna be some island hopping. There's gonna be some new mount speeds and adjustments for aquatic mounts that are gonna be introduced over there as well, with some commodity opportunities perhaps. I know you guys, Adam, are working on some fun narrative beats around the turquoise sea.
Yeah, I'm actually over here with a knuckle in my mouth, not speaking in French.
You can talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, if you want to.
Oh man,
good.
it's gonna be cool. Like I don't wanna spoil anything, so I really do wanna like be careful about what I say. But man, all of the cool, weird, high seas mystery and like scary stories. We are jam hacking that area with that kind of stuff. And so I can't wait until we get to show it to players because I think it's going to be super cool for everybody. Especially for our head over there.
Oh,
That was good.
All right. Oh, that's a nice segue, though, because of course we're working hard to support all of the cool narrative and world building going on over there with useful econ gameplay. There's a lot of great material, so we're going to be, I'm sure, whipping up some really cool stuff. This isn't like a formal announcement, but Stephen, we've been working on revising our hunting mechanic, which until now has been very placeholder.
Yes, I heard about the new prototype for hunting.
Yeah, and so Corey and Jason have been working really hard on that, and it's starting to look really cool. So I think for anyone who's gotten used to the way hunting works, this is going to be a really cool plus for you because it's really going to change the way that works. And for anyone who's been feeling a little underwhelmed by what's really a placeholder right now, you'll get to see a hint of where we're taking it.
yeah,
and
I
so
think this new direction is way more directionally accurate towards where we want hunting to eventually land, right?
exactly. And so I'm excited about that. And while it's really, I don't know, one of the fun things about working on Ashes is we're always pushing forward, but at the same time, we've got this great community that gives us feedback, and it's important for us to, improve the quality of what we've already made. And so this week, we found some bugs in the way that hunting artisanship was being calculated for some animals. Digging into that, we found some problems with the way our processing XP was working. And so, we've treated those, and that should make a big improvement for everyone who invests heavily in artisanship. But at the same time, we're doing, cool stuff, building on to Sand Squall, and then building the stuff coming up for the Turquoise Sea. So there's a lot going on, and it's really awesome, but it's hard, right? It's hard work. But thanks to my great mentor, Bill, I can face it.
Yeah, we're
Right.
excited for that.
Heard about bread.
Leagues.
Would we like to head on to the live Q&A, Stephen, and answer some of
Yeah,
those?
yeah, we can do some Q&A. I mean, we can do it here while we just kind of play, and people can chime in.
We
with us.
lost you. We're all grouped up, but we don't know where you went.
Oh, I'm living a
You
bug.
flew off and you're too fast for us.
No, I'm a little baby scorpion just running around the desert right now.
Okay. We'll hang out here, though, and for the end. So the first question here from our players are, what is the biggest obstacle for getting dynamic gridding in place? I think we have some
Oh,
engineers
gosh.
here who might be able to help answer some of that.
Jack, welcome. I'm gonna
Yes.
toss that over to you, brother.
What
He's
is
like,
the
finally,
biggest
I don't have to
obstacle?
answer.
I mean, I think the first obstacle was just like time. I think Steven said it before, but the people who were working on dynamic gridding were reprioritized onto stability and performance things for a while. But dynamic gridding is going well. It's running in a lower depth stream, and the main bulk of the work at this point is going to be like making sure all of our gameplay systems work with dynamic gridding. So that's we have an event running in the world, and we flip the server while the event is running, making sure all that works and it's seamless for you guys, and making sure when we're transferring thousands of actors all at once that there's no stutters. It's basically just like getting the final gluing everything together, basically, because the core tech is more or less there. We're pretty happy with it.
Fun. Exciting.
Next
Did I answer
question
the question?
is. Yeah,
Yes,
you
yes.
answered it. It's subjective to your own opinion, I suppose. Steven, this question is
Yes.
directed to you. How
All
are
right.
you handling criticism that is challenging your design choices? That's a loaded question.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, that's why we engage with players, is to get the criticism. It's easy to think a design's gonna be great. It's difficult to think about, how to improve a design so that it is received better by players and is engaged with better. I think, a lot of the time when we inspect, some of the feedback that we've received around the current gameplay loops within Ashes, much of what we hear is actually validating to our longer term intent and, the outstanding feature work that's necessary on particular systems. The reason why this type of iterative loop works, where we have this transparent process, is because when we get the feedback from the player, especially when that feedback is critical, it's usually illuminating that the path we have already set for ourselves forward, so long as we execute in that direction and continue to implement those outstanding features, are going to have a good chance at landing what the players are looking for within Ashes right now.
Yeah, I would say that a majority of our reporting, the issues that you guys provide and the concerns that you have are already ones that we have concerns about in regards to those designs as well. And they're already working on iteration and changes towards those, or they have plans to do that. Not everything is going to happen in every phase, so you're going to see some of those things come online later. But we are pretty much, I think there's only been one or two specifically. I can name one, which is the tank class or archetype being called the tank is the only one that Steven has pretty much was wanted to stay with that name. That has been a disagreement, but I think most everything else. There's been a lot
tank?
of.
You mean the tank
Yeah.
name? People love.
Yeah, the tank name.
There's. I mean, just look at chat. Chat is tank or is tank not tank? Come on, let's just. Can we get some tanks in chat? Or do we
They're
want not tanks? They're gonna like, okay, no. I hate the tank name. Oh, it's so good.
It's too funny. The next question we have is, what is happening with time to kill? This is a lot. Enchanting, gear, stats, and if we don't currently know, when will we know?
Like I said, I believe that that Bucky has been testing on some lower environments, the stat changes. And stats are obviously a pretty comprehensive topic because, they are informed from a lot of different vectors. And when you deal with that many, those numbers of variables have to come together to kind of play well, not only in PvE encounters, but also in PvP encounters as well, right? So there's a lot that goes into tuning those things. You should expect that a big majority of Phase 3 is going to be about actively tuning numbers. And those numbers can, relate to gear attribute scores and passive benefits They can be character stat progression. They can be enemy NPC stat progression from the starred system. We're going to have different templates for NPC types that are going to play with certain types of stats profiles. And then TTK is going to always be something that we're aiming to refine as layers of those stat contributions continue to expand with the player progression. So when we took into account like how we want player stat progression to look, and we got to the phase where players started to engage more with the enchantment system, that's when we start to see a need for iteration, and that's what Bucky and I believe our NPC and combat teams have been working towards.
Right, next question. Will there be wipes when level 4 nodes are implemented or other major content launches? Basically, are there any wipes planned?
There will need to be wipes likely at some point in the future. We talked about that in the past, right? As those needs arise, we will communicate that and give expectations to the community. We'll talk about what they're for, why we need to do them. Some examples I gave in the past are with the freehold system, when we want to implement the freehand deployable version of freeholds, we are going to wipe the existing freehold structures, and that'll be a clean slate, likely in phase 2.
And then, when is static rarity going away for gathering? If you aren't in-game during the first 10 minutes, you may as well not bother for the entire week, is how people feel.
Yeah, I can let Alex
based on the timers.
I can let Alex speak to that a little bit.
That is a spicy topic. I know the community has a lot of feels on.
Sorry, I was distracted by mounts. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Yeah, Alexi's over here, like trying every mount. I've been watching them. When is static rarity going away for gathering? Currently, right now, people log in and then they know the timer and they're kind of like keeping it on lockdown for some of the rare gather rolls.
Yeah, the first thing we're gonna modify is update the gather bowls to be basically a variance, as initial variance, so that's not always going to be at specific timers. So you cannot just create a perfect rotation and then rinse and repeat. So that introduces some competition. Hopefully we can get it probably by end of March update as well. And then I would let Red speak on how we are going to even approach going forward with static rarity, because I know there has been discussions of updating that as well.
You're throwing it at me. So I think the thing that since I have a chance to clarify is, these periods of static rarity are 24 hours at most, and it depends on the gatherable. So it's not that each time the server resets, we choose new rarities. There's a time period where something will regrow in the same spot with the same rarity. But after that time, there's a new check, and it'll spawn somewhere else. And part of the reason we do that is because we want to create situations where there's friction and conflict, where people will fight over these things. I think one thing we're looking at coming up is, right now, all of the different gatherables kind of tend to be homogeneously distributed. You can find Ruby almost anywhere in the Riverlands in just random spots, and we're looking at applying more rules to that, so that maybe you find gems in caves more. Maybe willows only grow right on the edge of the rivers, and then coming up with some clustering rules. So when you find a ruby, there's a better chance that there's a collection of additional rubies around it. So that'll make these discoveries, I think, even more impactful. But again, it's I think there's a balance that we want to find to reward explorers, but then to also kind of create these situations where there's something for people to fight over. And if it's purely random, then you lose that part. So that's kind of our thinking of it. And of course, we're still, we're listening to how the community is reacting, and we're hoping to see how people react to these upcoming changes.
And that's a good
Boom.
thing to note here, is that we are taking feedback. We are watching what y'all are doing behavioral-wise. So it's definitely a give and take. So that's the beauty of alpha, is that we get to test and try things out. I see a lot of people not sharing the sentiment of a static spawns, but let it cook. Let them
Well,
try
it's
out
also-
these additional
it's-
elements to it.
I would say it's also important to think about the static spawns a little bit differently, right? Like, it's not to say that there will not be randomly generated rare spawns that occur within the ecosystem. Those will always happen. The static spawns also are not visually represented accurately, right? They are still the same, like, spawn type. Like, you're finding a single ruby node, and then it's going away and coming back in the same spot at a different rarity. We may want to consider this also from the perspective of, like, veins of ore and larger nodes that happen, that attract people to do multiple instances of interacting with those nodes until it's depleted. And it's that type of kind of player friction that can happen. These are one-time spawns, that the server gets alerted to. Oh my god, there's a huge vein of gold that's just been discovered that's releasing rare gold type, and it has a limited quantity that people can fight over while they're repeatedly extracting from it. There's some potential interest there, I think, to simulate this static spawn structure. So it'll take some different forms. I think we're receptive of the community's feedback with regards to the static spawn structure. From a technical perspective, we're still waiting on some tech constraints, I think, from the econ engineering side, which, as Alex said, will be delivered near the end of March. And we may try playing a little bit with removing the static spawn structure and seeing how players respond to that.
Yeah, like we said, just to give us time to try different things out. That's the beauty of alpha, and continue to give us your feedback about those systems, especially the different types. And if you feel super passionate about that, make sure you start a thread on the forums and have that conversation, because that will show up in our reports.
Sounds like it might even be a good idea to start a community
Like
thread
dev
about
discussion?
this.
Yeah, we could do
discussion,
that.
exactly.
There you go. Wagner, you're listening. Start one up. Maybe we put that
Let's
before
give
boss
some-
environments.
let's give some real thoughts from the testing community about how they want to see that static structure, that static rarity change.
Okay.
So a dev discussion will be on the way for that, for people to give their input.
There you go. Making changes in the live stream, y'all. We'll get that started up. The next one here is, and PI had asked this question too, so I'm curious to see what you want to say here in regards to this. What does the path forward for progression look like for Alpha 2 now that people are kind of reaching, level and gear and materials to the point where, they are level 25, they have some of the best gear. What are our hooks in order to get people to continue helping us play test and test the game? The making of this game.
Well, I think as we continue to introduce features that start to, be a little bit more oriented towards player politics, towards, trophy hunting and trophy protection, I think that is going to naturally drive a bit more participation, that we will see, players return to kind of to vie. As these systems and content continues to grow and these new areas expand, and we introduce some of the augment systems, and we have the rogue and the summoner online, like those are all content beats that are, gonna drive people who oh, somebody just killed my fox. What the unbelievable. This unbelievable Federation scum. No, I'm just kidding. I can't believe that street. That's so rude. So rude. So anyways, as we as those content beats happen, people are gonna come back and test those things. Then slowly over phase 3, this is something that we said leading up to October. Slowly over the course of phase 3, it's gonna stop feeling like a test and start to move into that feeling like a persistent game. We just need to get there from a content and outstanding feature development perspective. We've made significant strides towards performance optimization. We have a lot of bugs that we still need to fix. We know that, we have some outstanding networking features that we want to stand up as well. But where we were in October versus where we are today is probably the fastest that this project has ever progressed, I would say. Alpha 2 has lit a significant fire, not just within the studio from a development perspective, but also, process-wise, how we are facilitating a live audience while at the same time juggling our development responsibilities as well. And that's that.
The next one here is, are guild systems on track to be implemented with the roadmap?
Yes, I believe so. In fact, we do have some new guild systems, don't we? We have some guild progression that was implemented.
Lots of feedback on that. There are iterations and updates that need to be made.
Yes. Did I open? Oh, I'm not in a guild. Have we been collecting the feedback for the guilds?
Yes.
Good.
People were very passionate about the guild content. We also sent out a survey to all people who were currently guild leaders on February 14th. So if you were a guild leader, you probably received that survey. That survey closed up on February 17th, and we already sent that report over to the team that requested it, and they have taken that feedback. There was a lot of feedback in regards to XP and progression and wanting more dynamic ways to earn guild experience, more control over like guild
There's
ranks and
definitely
permissions and
yes.
UI, things like that.
Well, remember, the guild systems are very intricate, in-depth, and there's a lot still outstanding.
Mhm.
So, much like I was speaking earlier with regards to the Siege feature, that's going to come online in chunks. And this was the very first iteration of bringing online guilds capable of receiving experience, of expanding membership slot count, of investing points and acquiring skill points and investing those points into passive abilities, having a tree associated with it. That's now a foundation, and then we continue to build upon that foundation. And much of what people are probably saying now is validating the direction that we intend to go. If it's related to the skill points and how to acquire them and introducing new methods by which you can acquire them, there's a lot of systems that need to be fed when it comes to nodes, policy-wise, and buy order-wise, and other events that can contribute towards guild progression, as well as relics, which are going to be a big thing. So just stand by as those features continue to come online, continue to give the feedback, so that we can validate that direction.
Coming close to the end here. These questions have had long answers, so apologies. The next one here is kind of more long-term, Stephen. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the lore for these pocket dungeons and the lore for other elements of the game as we've moved throughout the development. What is your kind of final vision of presenting story? Where do you see that landing? Is it cinematics, voice acting? Is it text boxes for people to read? Like, what would your vision be if you could have it?
Ooh. Well, I think we will have that vision. Don't get me wrong. I love super eccentric like cutscenes and voice actors out the wazoo when I'm playing a game where my focus is that story line and progression. And while stories in MMOs are important because they contextualize the world for you, they help to immerse you within the environment of what Vera is intending to be. I'm not sure that a budget for an MMORPG is best spent trying to achieve that level of fidelity in storytelling that incorporates those types of like cutscenes and voice acting. So my vision for Ashes isn't to invest heavily in those areas. However, the vision does include having really robust quest systems that engage with the player from a player agency first perspective, right? That have lots of different predicates that can send stories off in different directions, that can, result in these multi-server unique storylines and story arc system that players get to engage with and see a response from the actions that they've communally taken. That's really where we want to invest in the experience of how to tell a story, is by creating all of these, mechanical bells and whistles that allow the world to truly reflect the choices of the player. And then if we're talking about, how we're going to demonstrate the visuals of the story and the storytelling components, obviously we'll have unique factions in the world, and they'll have their own stories behind them and their own prop sets and cultural architectures that we want to tell a certain space for. I'd love to let Adam and Bill talk a little bit about, how we build up the story element.
Yeah, we're world building is a big part of what we do. What we're really focused on, and my main focus has always been with MMOs, has been to make sure that, while we're building the world, while we're creating unique systems that we can put in cool quests and cool characters, that we always remember that it's the it's the players' stories that are the ones that are important. It's how these that's what makes MMO stories resonate through time, and we want to leave room for players to take all this cool stuff that they experience within the world and leave room for them to interpret it and tell their own stories and argue about what the truth is in any particular piece of lore, so that's kind of the philosophy behind what we're trying to do. To Steven's point, I don't think we're ever going to be a game where we focus and spend a lot of our effort on fancy cinematics where everybody sees the same thing, because that's not what this game is about. This game is about everybody's experiencing the world and having an impact on the world and seeing that impact, and it being different from server to server and from person to person. So that's where all of our effort in building technology and in writing and creating content is building all of the composite parts that put together interesting and mysterious stories, and leaving a lot of room for the player to interpret and put pieces together to build their own stories. Is there anything you want to add to that, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, well, no, I think you did a great job. But I mean, what I actually wanted to add, like jokes aside, what I actually did want to say was one of the things that's really important to the narrative team, to the world team, to all of us who are working on world building is to remember that like there is a stage for the players, and so like a lot of our job is like building opportunities for players to establish legacy and impact and changing the world, and then making that happen. And so we don't, like you were saying, we don't look at things like cinematics as making sense for that, because we don't exactly know the context of what your stories are going to be. We only know the things the hooks you're going to engage with,
Here.
I think if you think back to some of your favorite memorable moments in MMOs that you've probably played in the past, it's those combative trials and tribulations, like you've tried to kill this raid boss a million times and you've wiped and you finally defeat them. Those epic battles on the battlefield in a battleground where you finally won. Like, I think it's those conflicting moments, and because of the way that Ashes of Creation is built and how our nodes and citizenship and castle sieges and all of the different pieces and elements work together, you're going to see a lot of those conflicting moments that hopefully build
sure.
stories, between your friends and bonds and enemies.
It's also about making sure that our writers are always taking in, and our quest creators are always taking into account that, respecting the world and the characters that are in it, that they live in this world and they have opinions about the things in the world, and that those opinions are different, so that we leave, again, like I said, so that we leave room for the players to kind of decide what is the truth, and that just forms additional things that guilds can form around, or can cause sources of conflict for players. It's also, seeding the world with bits and pieces of a story that can be put together in multiple ways, and players taking that out into other media and other forums and trying to piece those things together. And I've seen that happen on other games, and that's just something that we really want to encourage and have happen a lot on Ashes, so that it really is that Vera is your world, not ours.
Yeah, and more like to that point too, I think that none of that precludes big world-shaking things happening. It's just they're not going to happen in like cinematics, right? Like players are going to do that.
Exactly.
They're going to change the world.
We want to see it happen in the world.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. We are on to our penultimate question. This is the longest 10 questions I feel like we have done. We've had a very extensive answers to them.
We have a panel with us. Let's do this.
Yeah, it's like a panel of people answering questions. It's a little very different versus me and Steven. The next one here is, when will we be getting more quality of life enhancements for the marketplace, such as being able to search, like better search functionalities? Would you consider linking all node marketplaces together? What does that look like?
You're ready, Alex. Let's hear this.
You
Alex,
too
what
busy
you
playing
got?
with your mounts again,
Oh
Alex?
no.
Alex is selling mounts in the forum right now.
No,
Um,
sorry.
That's his new bonus. But I know what Alex would say because he talks to me about it all the time. We definitely want to get better filtering in for the current marketplace. And, our roadmap also includes a separate auction house as well. That's a little longer term. So one of the things that I guess we're balancing a little bit is, trying to keep the personality of the player marketplace without turning it into the auction house and getting kind of a halfway thing between both of them. But filtering is definitely on the short-term list to help people find what they're looking for. And our ears are open to look at other ways to make it better for people as well.
Yeah, for sure. And the filtering is actually something we are adding to the next sprint, so hopefully we can add it in our next release. As well as Red was saying, the current implementation is just a temporary stopgap for player styles and auction house, and phase 3 will have a more a detailed implementation of both of the systems.
All
There
right.
it is.
Our final
Here
question.
were the hard-hitting production questions.
You want a hard-hitting production question? Is that what
hear
you
it.
want? Ruben?
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's do it.
everyone else had questions. I just sit here on my flying
The
mount.
problem is that they're all related to content stuff, so I don't know if it
Oh.
will affect you as much. But I'll ask this one. Kind of a little long, but I can make it make more sense. Will the Eastern continent be added before launch? I think is the semblance of the question. The reason why they're asking this is because, Stephen, you had said on a stream of your own that the oceans would not be added until late phase 3, and obviously we need ocean to travel between the continents. So
You said, will the Eastern continent be added before launch or before phase 3?
before launch is what they're asking.
Yeah, the Eastern continent is before launch of the game. The comment about ocean not being added until after phase 3, that's late in phase. I'm not sure I said that ocean continent wouldn't be. What exactly did I say about phase 3? What are we talking about?
They said you mentioned the oceans not being added until late phase 3.
Right, because phase 3 happens before launch. So the ocean content will be added likely after we do the eastern continent or near that time, which will happen late phase 3 of Alpha 2.
And I'll just ask a subsidiary question to this because it is ocean related. Are oceans considered to be part of multiple different biomes, or are they separate within themselves, or how do you see those working with the different zones? And to be clear, to define, because I think there's been some discrepancy between what a zone is and what a biome is. So the zone are like the proper noun zones that we have mentioned, like sand, squall, desert, things like that, June dark.
A zone,
Whereas the biomes are like tropics, desert, etc. Just to make it clear, because I think that there's been some misunderstanding on that one.
yeah, so a biome is the assets that make up a visual type of terrain. It's the foliage, it's the rocks, the cliff faces, it's the terrain texture, the grass types and shrubbery. Like that creates a biome. And then zones are a game mechanic that denotes kind of content boxes. Those content boxes might be, a collection of nodes that's specific to the sand squall area, or it houses, points of interest, like each zone has one grand dungeon or X number of pocket dungeons. And a unique number of NPCs that might exist there. So it's kind of like a game design mechanics, definition, what a zone is. Biomes can comprise many zones. So you can use the same biome assets, a desert, let's say, as a geographical terrain, definition, can be comprised of multiple zones. Desert. So yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah, I would just add to that, like, yeah, a zone. When we're thinking about it on as the world of Vera, a zone is a very specific geographic location on Vera, right? And it has all of those things that Stephen described. It contains, and it also has an associated biome, right? And so it'll build off, those common themes of desert or tropics or grasslands that we've seen, and there'll be more added. But then each zone also will have its own unique components of that, right? So not every desert is the same. So that's the difference.
Yeah,
When we talk about biome and we talk about zones.
I think the question is more so what do the oceans consist of? Are they their own zone? Are they part of other zones? Are they like segmented into segments of parts of other zones?
They are their own zone, and they are their own biome technically, because they will have assets that relate to underwater features, since we are planning for underwater content. And that could be as simple as coral from a foliage perspective, as well as like ruins sets that will comprise the locations underwater. So they'll have those assets available to them, and then they will exist within zones themselves. And the reason for those zones to exist might be for the purposes of defining territory control, governance by harbors, certain types of game mechanics and how they apply to ship interactions, all of those things. So open seas are both a biome and zones as well.
All right. And that concludes the questions. We'd be here all day if we answered all of them. So we can't answer every question, but hopefully you all enjoyed the questions that we were able to answer. And that is kind of where we're going to be wrapping it up. Reminders that if you would like your comment spotlighted, to leave a comment, make sure that you're subscribed to our channel here on YouTube, and we will pick a random comment from it based on that. Also, join us for Alpha 2 if you are interested in helping us test. If you're not interested in helping test, you're not interested in a situation where you are, experiencing a lot of bugs, we are very vocal about it. Don't join us. Maybe join us at a later phase or closer to launch if that's, not something you're interested in. If it is something you're interested, you want to help, test and be part of the journey of creating Ashes of Creation and helping us decide and make major decisions on what we do as we move forward, join us. We love having everybody along the ride with us, and we've definitely been listening to our community and working with them and consolidating the feedback and ensuring that we're on the right page. No, it's going to take time, so bear with us, and hopefully we all see the fruits of the labor of our hard work. I think we're already seeing it, right, in the experience that we're playing.
Absolutely.
Head on over to the forums.ashesofcreation.com. We already have a dev discussion up about abilities. Come join us, leave some comments on there. Maybe we'll move the boss environments one over. We'll have that one up simultaneously as we add the new gatherable rarities one that was discussed in this live stream, but we'll get that up as well. We also are over on Discord, where we are consolidating a lot of feedback over there, and all of our social platforms. We are Ashes of Creation everywhere. We're pretty active everywhere. We are engaging with people on as many platforms as we can with the amount of resources and people we have. So please join us. We're listening. We're here. We're excited to create Ashes of Creation, and we really hope to see you all on Vera. Thank you to everybody who joins us for the live streams, for viewing and hanging out with us. I know we didn't get to everyone's questions, but we appreciate that there's so many passionate people with questions. And of course, Bill, Adam, Gunther, Zach, Rhett, and Alex, thank you for joining us. We know that your time is very valuable. And of course, Stephen, even while he's sick or not feeling good, is always willing to power through and be here with us. So thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you next month for a lot of fun. We've got some big pieces of content landing that I think you're all going to be really excited to see.
Ready for some bugs.
See ya.
Thanks,
Thank you,
everybody.
everyone.
Bye.
Thanks for having us.
Bye.
Yo. Cheers, dude. How you guys doing this evening? How you doing, Veritum? I see you in the chat. Hope everyone's having a good Friday night. Yeah, I might do. Hi Veritum. So no, there's areas. Show you on the map. There's areas where they're just sort of good farming spots. So this is remnants of Dephilion. I think I said that right. So there's just lots of little grinding spots all over the place. Obviously at the moment Ashes doesn't have too much in the way of questing, so you kind of basically you've got to just grind basically. But I don't think it's classed as a dungeon. I know that dungeons aren't instant, so I don't know if this is technically classed as a dungeon. But as far as I know, it's just a grinding spot. Do you play the game yourself, or are you thinking of picking it up? Where are you from, mate? Are you from the UK? Oh, Romania. The way you said "like" at the end, it made me think you were. It's kind of like English lingo, like, you know, something an English person would say. Not yet. You're looking around to learn more. Well, I don't know too much about the in-depth end game side of things, if you can call it that, but I know a little bit about how the game feels. It's very grindy. You need to see it more as testing the game rather than jumping into a new MMO, because it's not, you know, it takes a very long time to get to level 25, and in 2 months' time the characters are going to get wiped, and again they'll wipe a few months after that, and a few months after that. Obviously I'm kind of showcasing the game on my stream, so I don't really mind the wipes, but for someone that's putting their hard-earned free time into the game, it might not be for you. But if you're down to grind for a very long time, and then potentially have to do it again, you know, might be up to you. Might be good for you. But I have been told that the game is pretty fun at level 25. I've not got there yet, but there is stuff to do in the game. It's just everything's temporary. Don't come into this thinking that it's permanent, you know? Yeah, 6 months, I think. In fact, I actually don't know the roadmap. All I know is that in May, you've got Alpha 2 Phase 3. So I believe there's a server wipe, so level 1s again. And then after that, you've got Beta 1, Beta 2. Or Beta 1, Beta 2. And those are going to take a couple of months each. So you're looking at least 6 months, 6 to 9 months. So yeah, you've got to be kind of down with it, I'd say. And I suppose as well, you've got to have the kind of mindset that you're helping the developers rather than just playing it for, you know, for leisure. I mean, it is fun. Don't get me wrong, it is fun, but you need to be realistic. It is an alpha. There are going to be problems, and you have to just kind of roll with it. If you've got the $100 to spend in World of Warcraft, just ain't doing it for you, I'd say go ahead. But it's not a softcore game. It's quite hardcore. It's difficult. It's scuffed in many places, but it's the combat's great. You know, the combat's very good. So there is that as well. In fact, the combat, if it wasn't for the combat, I'm not quite sure how popular this game would be right now. I reckon it would be a lot less popular. Because all there is grinding, killing stuff. So without that, there isn't, you know, without something as solid as the combat, yeah, the game wouldn't be doing as well as it is now. But hey, if you're feeling like staying tuned, I'm going to be streaming this for like the next 8 or 9 months until release, so feel free to drop a follow if you want to stay tuned into my content. I'm happy to answer questions, sorry. Nice one, dude, thank you. Thank you very much. I've got 2 follows there. Veritim, thanks for the follow, and Numaser. I think I said that right. And we've reached our follower goal. It's amazing. Sorry guys, I forgot to notify you that there was an ad coming. I completely missed it. Sorry guys, I completely forgot to tell you there was an ad coming. I can only delay them by sort of 5 or 10 minutes. I can't actually stop them completely. But hey, it supports the channel, so I can continue to make you guys content. It's all good stuff, really. How many classes available? So you've got tank, cleric, bard, mage, ranger. I think that's it. So you've got cleric, which is a healer, very similar to a priest from World of Warcraft. I play a priest in World of Warcraft. Then you got your tank, which is your board and sword. Oh, you got your fighter, which is like your warrior 101. Then you got your mage, which is obviously your wizard archetype. Then you've got your bard, which very interesting class. It can buff other people and throw out some healing, throw out some DPS. They can kind of channel for DPS or healing. I think they're a bit of an all-rounder, maybe similar to like a druid, maybe in terms of jack of all trades, master of none kind of thing. Then you got the ranger, which is your hunter, Legolas type class. And I think I've covered all of them. Yeah, six I think at the minute. And they're bringing out a rogue class on the next development patch. So there's that to look forward to as well. And apparently they're lethal. All right, looks like we're having to reform. Some people have left, so we reform and go again. Trying to form this group. Ranger's very fun, by the way. I'm having a great time with Ranger. And I played some cleric and I played tank. They're my favorite classes at the moment. Cleric's just really fun to heal on. And tank's just cool. It has like a grab, like sort of like Death Grip from Death Knights in WoW. And it has a charge. Pretty cool. Yeah, so yes, they will do, yeah. I think the idea of everything is gonna be like sort of dynamic. It's gonna be like they're trying to do it so I don't know the ins and outs because to be honest I haven't done enough research, but what they're trying to do is combat all of the issues with like certain things like to do with WoW, so they're sort of designing it so anyone can jump in. I think stuff like that doesn't matter. I think anyone can jump in. Like they're trying to make the game super dynamic kind of thing. Yeah. The lead dev, Steven, he's basically trying to every issue with MMOs they're kind of combating. So like one thing I like about this game is if you kill a big guy, it gives more XP, right? Whereas like another game, it might not, or it might give less. So I really like that about this game. You kill something big or tough, you get the XP representative of the time and effort you just put in to kill it. And I think that's really good. Also, I think there's going to be no DPS meters because everything helps everything. So if you do a buff, you help the party, so it kind of doesn't really matter what any one person's damage or healing does. It's a group effort, which is okay. I wouldn't mind a DPS meter, to be honest. I think it's, for someone that passes a lot in World of Warcraft, that kind of thing's fun. To be honest, that kind of thing is the only thing that makes me want to do PvE, apart from getting gear, obviously. So yeah, personally, I wouldn't mind a DPS meter, but I can understand why they would opt not to have one. And I think there's not going to be add-ons either, so you can't just go to like CurseForge, download a damage meter or anything. It's all going to be built in the game, so I don't think they're actually going to have a damage meter. But yeah, there will be lots of content, lots of PvP content, lots of PvE content. Right, I need to find a tank. Find a tank. Oh, fuck. Fucking hell. Right. I think we're about to get wiped. I ain't trying to fucking die. Don't kill me, motherfucker! Oh, come on, man. What the fuck? This guy's pissed me off. Might try and get a res. Oh, that's annoying. Fuck me. Lost so much shit. You lose so much shit when you die. Thing. Trying to get a res from the healer. Ah. Yeah, it feels a bit like Dark Souls at times as well. You have these glints, and they really savage, right? You collect them, and this is how we get gold at the minute. You sell it, but if you die, you drop half of your glints. So you lose 25%. You just lose, and then 25% you can go pick up off the ground. So like, if I've been grinding for like the last 4 hours, so I've lost half of that grinding time basically. I've lost 2 hours basically just 'cause that death. 'Cause someone came in and fucking bought a load of mobs. I believe so, yes. There will be node wars, yes. And I'm sure, yeah, a lot of it's guild orientated. How you doing, the new Bonesy? Need a tank. Oh, there, I get half my glint back that I lost, and I'll lose the other half. Parkour. Yes, someone else can loot your drop glint, but they flag for PvP if they do. Your teammates can't if they're in your party. I don't think they can. Yeah, so basically, so if I've got like that's worth of gold. Remember, 8 gold is a lot in this. It takes ages to grind a gold. Hold on one sec. I'm just trying to form this group. Yeah, so that's 1 gold right there, that yellow one. That's 10 of those make 1 gold. 10 of those make 10 silver, I think it is. So you drop half of those on the ground. Sorry, you can't see it there. You drop half of those on the ground. You drop half of those glints on the ground, and then you pick up. You lose 25%, and then the other 25% you can pick up. So if you've been grinding for 5 hours and you die, that's really bad. If you've been grinding for half an hour, maybe not such a big deal, because you've only lost a little bit. But if you've been grinding for if you've been grinding for hours and hours and hours, it's not good. So yeah, we're just looking for a tank right now, and then we can continue. Both. It can be crafted and geared, and dropped. Sorry. I think the idea is to get crafted end game. Obviously, the current end game is only level 25, and I'm not sure whether you're going to get most of the loot from raids or whatever at end game. But I think from what I've heard, you can get crafted gear, and there's obviously going to be some gear that drops. But this is my first character. I've not been to level 25 yet. I only got this game a couple weeks ago, so and the server uptime is only like 4 or 5 days a week, so I haven't had a chance to fully work it out. But from what I've been told, you can get some crafted sets that will sort you out pretty well. Yeah, I'm gonna go sell as well. Need to go sell my gear. So if you go sell your glints, then you bank it basically. So if I go sell my glint now, then I don't really care if I die because I've sort of made bank, if you know what I mean. So I can sell these glints and all that shit, and basically I've made 1.5 gold. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it's quite a lot in this game. One thing that I'm sure though, I need to get a faster mount at some point. So yeah, still looking for that tank, and then we can get back to hardcore grinding. Hopefully get to level 20 soon. I mean, it's only 4 or 5 p.m. American time, so. And I'm on an American server, so yeah. It's still only just coming into peak time. I have got an ad coming up in the next 5 minutes. I might just start that now while I'm running, because I'm not really doing much. So I'll see you after the ad, and then we'll get the tank and start grinding. Right, so yeah, we got a tank now, so that's good. We just need our, oh, for fuck's sake, I'm stuck in a ditch. We just need our last cleric, and that's it, we're good to go. Cleric or bard, and we're good to go. Cleric or bard is a healer, but for an 8-man squad, you need bards because they give mana. And they heal you, and clerics are just like really good at healing. So you need a mixture of about three supports, either clerics or bards sort of thing. But you need a cleric, or a cleric, 2 bards, or 2 clerics and a bard, that kind of composition, yeah? Yep, one sec, I'll show you the talents. Let me just sell this glint. So you look here, I'm banking this, so now it doesn't matter so much if I die. I'm a little less stressed once I've made bank. It's not so stressful now. Now I can relax a little bit. So, yep, we've got the skill book here. This is for ranger. I'm a ranger. Oh, I can put it there. So yeah, you got all your standard talents there. These ones here are sort of baseline on the edge. So you've got Strider, which is basically your aspect of the cheetah in World of Warcraft. It does your movement speed. You've got Thorns, which is literally like World of Warcraft as well. It does damage back to the enemy. Camouflage, which is sort of like a stealth. I can't quite put my finger on it. So I think enemies can still attack you if you're within range, but it makes you non-targetable. Not quite sure how that one works. I need to like test it out at endgame or something. We've got a barrage, which is one of your main damage dealers, just shoots lots of arrows. You've got marks, which it's like a hunter's mark, does debuff on the enemy, but it's only up for 8 seconds and has a minute cooldown. You got your vine field, which is your area sort of trap, so AoE trap, so it traps all the enemies. And you've got like sort of other traps as well. Call of the Wild is like it removes all snares and gives you a movement speed increase. That's nice. Airstrike, it leaps forward. And then you got your disengage, which is pretty much like World of Warcraft as well on the hunter. So yeah. Headshot, which is like your killing blow, does more damage when they're below 50% HP. And you've also got scatter shot, which is sort of like it starts off as like a cone of damage, but then you can spec into it and make it more of a single target spell and an AoE spell. Does shit tons of damage when the enemies are stacked up, basically. All in all, having a lot of fun on Ranger. I think it's a great class. I think for me personally, because I'm playing on an American server, I think I'm going to play either a tank or a cleric on the next run, just so I'm not caught out when I'm trying to play off peak. So if I play a tank or a healer, it's going to be easier for me to make groups or find groups. It hasn't been too hard as a ranger, to be honest, but it's very important to get that tank and the healer. I didn't think it was so important when I first started playing. I thought I'd just whack any old group together, but actually you really want this healing support and the tank as well. Really important. So we've got our tank now. I'm just trying to look for that last healer. Oops. Trying to get our last healer in place, and yeah, we should be good to go. And then also to that, you've got sort of weapon specs. So it's like a whole weapon tree. I guess similar to artifacts in World of Warcraft. I don't really read much into it. I just sort of hit stuff. If that makes sense. They're all just damage modifiers basically. And then you've also got this, which is like you can buff your movement speed and your evasion rates and your blocking rates. You can basically spec into that there. So every time you level up, you can spec into all of those different things. Oh shit. So this is the grind spot that we're chilling at. just gonna go to the WC while we wait. Be like 2 minutes. Be right back. But I like answering questions on stream, so any more questions, just keep firing them at me. Oh yeah, Numasea, yeah, there is going to be subclasses, so you can be like a ranger bard or something, or a ranger fighter. Yeah, I think my mount just died. If your mount dies, I suppose it's like in World of Warcraft, if your mount gets dazed, you get dismounted. But in this game, your mount just gets fucked, and then once it's dead for like 10 minutes. Yeah. It's a good thing that they die, because they can actually pull extra mobs, which can be very annoying. It's good that they die. I'm pretty sure I've got the most basic bitch mount as well. I think I can buy a much better mount, but I just haven't been bothered to. But yeah, look there, you can see it's dead, and it says in red it says reviving, and it says reviving complete in 7 minutes. But we're trying to find another healer. We're pretty much good to go. We're 7 out of 8, and we can hold our ground. But that last healer, either a bard, which is like a hybrid healer. I think a bard can just do AoE heals, and I mean everything does AoE heals, but a bard complements the clerics kind of thing, because a bard enables the cleric to just have like unlimited mana, and you can just keep pulling and keep pulling. If we don't have a bard, it can get sticky, because somebody's not watching the mana situation, then we can get in trouble, and then suddenly you're out of mana, and the whole group dies. And this game is unforgiving, very unforgiving. Just to put it into perspective, I'm level 19. I've been streaming pretty much the same amount of time I've been leveling, from 15% into 19, and we're only here. And I'd say maybe half an hour is for downtime, 40 minutes downtime. So pretty much, 3.5, 4 hours has been getting from 19 to 20. And they plan on having 50 levels. It's going to be a very grindy game. Very grindy game. And that's the other thing. This is how long it's taking me to get to level 25 on a character that's going to get deleted in 2 months' time. So if you're not up for that, then stay away from the testing servers, the alpha. Just to put it into perspective, it's going to take me all weekend just to get to level 25. I might not even get to level 25. Depends how busy I am. Depends, you know, what I'm doing this weekend. I'm not quite sure. You know, if I wake up tomorrow at 8 in the morning, I'm not going to be able to find a group very easily because it's going to be like 3, 4 in the morning American time. And I'm playing on an American server. Hey, if anyone has Amazon Prime, you can avoid the adverts by subscribing to me as a Twitch Prime. So if anyone's got Amazon Prime and wants to avoid the ads, that is an option. It also supports my channel. No, another thing I like about this game is you're not constantly managing trash loot. There isn't constant drops. And I think that's an intended thing, because who the fuck wants to deal with that? Like, oh, I need to go to town to vendor, bro. Like, my bags are full. Like, that's shit, man. Yeah, sure. Let me just add this guy. So, by the way, I think my gear sucks. So, interesting story. How I joined my guild that I'm currently in. Bunch of nice people, by the way. I was level 7 or level 8, and I came across a caravan. And me being all inquisitive, I was like, oh, hey, fuck it, I'm gonna help them transport the goods. He comes up with an opt or defend the caravan. I was like, okay, I'm gonna defend the caravan. Turns out to be a member of this guild. And I think I couldn't get the reward from it because I couldn't enter the last part of the zone, because obviously high levels would kill me and I'll just get sent back to the beginning. But I got chatting to him, really cool guy, and I think I was level 7 or something. And he was, oh, wait here. and he came back and gifted me all these blue items. Now this is like your typical tank item gear, heavy armor. So rangers can use it, but he gifted me all these blues, all these main pieces here, which I thought was really cool. My first experience of doing caravan runs as a level 7. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to defend a caravan at level 7. I did it for the content. I did it just because it was fun and I was interested about what the caravans were. So I went along with it, and yeah, ended up joining their guild. But he gave me all these items, which was really good for my level. I was able to equip it at level 10, and I'm seeing this loot drop now at like level 17. So I wouldn't have been able to get this gear early in the game, but he sorted me out, gave me these pieces. But yeah, it's just got armor, magic resist, strength. I think heavy gear is really good at blocking physical, but not so good at blocking out magic. Light armor is the opposite. It's really good at defending against magic and not so much against physical. And then medium armor, which I think is what I'm going to get for my endgame gear, is sort of, you know, a mixture of both. Good at, okay at blocking physical and magic. Now, I'm pretty sure this gear is terrible. I can upgrade some of it. But I think my bow's okay, and I think these weapons are okay in terms of power. So one thing I didn't realize as well is these main items, because I was like, oh, why do I even need a main weapon? Because I use my bow all the time. Well, the reason is because it acts like a stat stick, like how it would in World of Warcraft. When it says physical power rating on my mace, even though I never use my mace, that gives me physical power for my ranged attacks. So you're basically using it, yeah, you have a melee and a range, and you use the melee as stat sticks. So if I swap these weapons here, you know, I've got my mace in some fucking thing called a focus, which gives me damage, but that boosts my range. So for a while I was rolling around with some magical weapon which didn't even benefit me. So when I finally upgraded them, I had a massive damage boost because yeah, I was equipping the wrong item for ages. So that was cool. But yeah, things like gloves, heads, I've not really come across many of these items. So I've not really come across many of those items, and yeah, I think I need to go to the auction house to basically, whoa buddy, I need to go to the auction house to, you know, once I get to level 23, I'll probably go to the auction house to get kitted out, you know, or once I'm done with this zone, I'll head over. But yeah, I feel like I've been talking non-stop the last 10 minutes. So you can wear heavy armor like a tank. I'm assuming you get diminishing returns or something. I don't know. I don't know about diminishing returns. You can choose what armor you wear, and it's just dependent on whether you want to be blocking out physical or whether you want to. I think it's purely about, you know, what you want to block. You know, I kind of, because I can kite melee quite well. I want to, when I get to my in-game gear, I want to put medium gear on. I obviously took the heavy because it was given to me for free, so I don't. It's probably not the most optimal gear for me. However, it's gear and it's better than a lot of the stuff I've seen drop. So I kind of, you know, it's free gear and it's done me a good service. So once I am ready, I think I need about 10 gold to upgrade my armor. I'll revamp it all and spec into what I really need, you know, for level 25, which is the end game. Level 25 is the end game for the time being, in case you didn't know. Each point of mentality provides 16 mana, 2 magic resist, 1 magical critical avoidance. I'm not an expert on what's what. I know strength and dex is your main physical stats. Constitution is your HP. Intelligence is spell power. Wisdom is your casting speed and crit for magical. So mentality gives you your mana basically. Wisdom gives you your crit. Intelligence is your power rating. It gives you other little bits as well, like evasion, defense. It's interesting though, isn't it? How one stat doesn't just, you know, it's not like intellect gives you mana or something. I'm talking about World of Warcraft. It's not like one thing gives you, you know, mentality is your mana. It's, you also get magic resist and crit avoidance, so it gives you some defense, which is quite interesting because you're going to see certain things build in different ways. For like, you know, PvP, PvE, different game modes. I actually didn't know that myself, to be honest. I haven't spent much time looking at the stats. I've sort of dived in deep end and grinded out. Yeah, you can miss with spells, I'm pretty sure. There is a hit rating. I don't know. I don't think so. So, as far as I know, we stack physical. So, like for example, this guy, he's a cleric. Now he has a ranged weapon. I can't inspect his. I can't inspect him, but he has a ranged weapon. His ranged weapon will be magical. So, because he does healing and magical damage, his weapon will be magical to complement that. So, for example, a warrior or a fighter, sorry, might have a bow. His one will be physical because then it complements his melee as well. And you see my spells here deals 200% physical damage. You know, deals 15% physical damage. I am hard cast as a physical damage dealer. There's a clear definition between magic and physical. It's not like Elden Ring or Dark Souls where you can have like a magic bow spec or whatever. You're hard cast, or you can have like a magic bow as a mage or something like that. You're hard, or it's not like you can have a faith build bloody sword person or a faith build ranger, for example, like you would in like Elden Ring. You are basically typecast to a physical or typecast to a magical. This is just what I've seen so far. I don't know what's going to happen with when they do the subclasses. In fact, interestingly, I haven't massively done my research. Now, I will say this: they are going to have subclasses. You can play, I think you can play a cleric ranger. So actually, maybe in the future, there will be options to do that. But I don't think right now. In fact, let me ask someone in the guild. Yo, in this game, right? Someone just asked me, can you have like a magical ranger, for example? And I initially said no because of obviously physical and magic, but obviously later down the line you're going to have like subclasses, like you can have like a ranger cleric, right? So would you be able to make like a magic ranger build? Right. Right. So I've just spoken to guildies, and they know more than I do. They're gonna have to have some kind of cross spec there, because later down the line you're gonna have, you can have a mage ranger, so they're gonna have some kind of weird setup where you would be able to do that. So you would have to be able to incorporate magic and physical, whether that's in the form of a talent point or something to say that physical is converted to magic in the form of a talent point, like in World of Warcraft. To give you an example of that would be Heart of the Wild for feral druids in Classic, right, where each point of physical damage equates to this much mana in healing, for example. They're probably going to do something similar, or they'll design it so that magic can be incorporated in that sense. I hope that makes sense. I initially answered my first answer based on what I've seen so far. because I'm a newbie at the game and I don't know too much about the game. At the moment, it's pretty much magic, physical. But then it occurred to me that later down the line, you probably will have to have a crossover. Yeah. Otherwise, you're going to have difficulties because you're going to have a healer that can't heal because his full gear is fucking physical, you know? I hope that answers your question. I took a very long time getting to the answer, but we're all learning today. Thank you. Yeah, because I was saying what I was saying, and then it dawned on me, wait, hang on, that can't be right, because they're planning on doing these, like, these subclasses where you can have 90-something variations. So there's going to be 90-something class variations. And then it occurred to me, that can't be right, what I just said, because that wouldn't fit in with the kind of sub-arch type design that they're saying they're going to do. I'm going to be streaming this time tomorrow. And on Sunday as well, I'll be streaming from the afternoon onwards till late at night. So if you guys want to tune in again tomorrow, feel free. Have a nice session. Just a heads up, guys, we've got an ad running in approximately 2.5 minutes. But don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'll still be here when you come back from the ad. In fact, we got a mana break, so I'm going to go ahead and run that ad now, get it out of the way with. See you in a minute and a half. Welcome back from the ad break. Hope you had a chance to get a glass of water and some time to think of some more questions. That I hopefully can answer. But You know, like the thing with this game, right, is normally, you know, I'm a bang out on World of Warcraft. Like, you know, I'm a 99 passing priest or whatever. It's nice to not do that. And because it's an alpha, I don't give a fuck about min-maxing. I don't give a fuck about racing. And it's nice, you know. It's only temporary. I mean, my character's going to get deleted in 2 months. So I don't need to worry about min-maxing. So to be honest, I know it seems like I've not done my research, but I've done that for a purpose. It's kind of just nice to not be, I need to get this at this level, because I don't care. I don't want to know. I want to kind of just discover things as I go, because I won't do that on official game release. I'm not going to do that on official game release. I'm going to be a sweaty gamer, blah blah blah. Need to know all the best information. So it's nice now to just kick back and just have a chilled one. And I'm in a pretty good guild where they know everything. So if I get stuck, I just ask them. But yeah, for now it's just nice to not really be too brain damaged on information. And besides that, there isn't a whole lot of information out there at the moment. Yeah. Do you know what I really like? I haven't done M+ in years, but I think I was playing on Druids a couple expansions ago. Feral Druid tanking, and it was so fun. I get the M+ thing. I don't know. I just like the PvP side of retail. And to be honest, I like the PvP side of Classic too. But you go down this rabbit hole of, I want to get some gear so I can go out in the world and kill people. And then when PvP opens on Classic, you go out in the world and you fuck people up for 2 weeks, and that's it. You're bored. You either get steamrolled or you steamroll. And there's no in between. You either destroy some people or you get destroyed. And then you end up raid logging, and now I'm only logging into WoW for an hour a week because I just feel like, yeah, there's nothing else to do. And M+ is cool, but obviously it's a bit of a barrier to entry, and it's hard to get into that, you know. Same with PvP, and I think that's where WoW just completely falls down. It's just you're either not having enough fun, or you're having too much fun, or the fun is gatekept. Yeah. And that's where I'm at with WoW. And I think the most fun in WoW Classic, the absolute most fun part of WoW Classic, is getting to level 52 and doing BRD, doing all the little routes of BRD, getting your Prebis items. Not just BRD, but you know, BRD is one of the main ones. And doing the quests that you need to do, the achievements, whilst also getting your XP. And that is the most fun part of WoW Classic, is doing that 52 to 60. And then once you're 60, it's not as fun because you grind, you know, Strathom, Strat Undead, Strat Living 10 times for your last pieces of Prebis. And it's not as fun because you're doing the runs and you're not getting XP at the same time. So you don't feel like you're achieving something. It's great when you're achieving XP and Prebis at the same time. It's a very fun part of the game. And I wish, you know, I wish there was a whole game encapsulated in that one little bit of time, you know? Very fun part. Because once you raid logging, that's it, it's boring. You've done MC fucking 10 times. It's shit. And you've done PvP to death. It's shit. And then you go on the WoW retail side and you're doing PvP. And you get to 1.8, maybe you get to 2k if you're playing a meta class, and then you're hard stuck. And then you're just like, oh, what do I do now? I'll go back to classic, and then on classic you start raid logging, and you're like, oh shit. And you go around that circle again and again in every expansion. So it'd be nice to get an MMO where it breaks that cycle a little bit. And I feel like Ashes is trying to do everything that other MMOs do wrong, if you know what I mean. But I don't, you know, it's still very early days. I'm not even sure this game's going to pop off, to be honest. I mean, it could do. But based on other MMOs, it's got a 90% failure rate, you know. There have been other promising MMOs that have gotten this far. But yeah. We'll see what happens, eh? Hey, if you just joined the stream and you're enjoying the content, please don't hesitate to drop me a follow if you want to stay in touch with my schedule and be notified of when I'm streaming. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. What I kind of am guessing is going to happen is the game is going to be sort of a little bit like how WoW Classic used to be when it first came out back in 2006. Now, back then, people didn't just grind to level 60. People went off at level 20 something to do something, or people took a break at level 40 and went to do some PvP. You know, people didn't just grind to level 60. You know, I remember Crossroads, you know, typically there'd be an alliance level 40 attacking it at level 40, and they'd spend all day doing PvP, because back then level 40 was a milestone and people didn't do it as quickly as they do today. Oh, we've got friends. So yeah, I feel like, you know, when I first did I think it was for the Alliance, which is kill all the enemy bosses on, you know, in the enemy faction city, I did it on a level 28 druid, and obviously I couldn't kill anything, but I went along for the bands. You know, and people did that shit back then, you know? So what I think it might be for Ashes is more about the journey. So sort of like WoW Classic, but instead of just grinding to max level, you do things on the way. I think that would be pretty cool if Ashes was like that. Maybe at level 40 I do a node war, you know? Maybe I'm relevant at level 40. Maybe I'm not just a leveling class, but I can participate and, you know, contribute. It'd be nice to see that, actually. Because then it goes back to what I was saying before about, you know, it's not just about the end game, it's about the journey, and that 52 to 60 period is crucial. So in terms of farming your prebis. So if Ashes is like sort of do things as you go kind of thing, not just about the end game, but maybe I get some really nice gear at level 40 which can help me at level 50 or 60 or whatever the end game level is, then you know that could be quite a cool thing. It's more about the journey rather than just grinding to top level and as fast as possible. Shoot. The caravan is to do with like building up nodes. To be honest, I don't fucking know. I could pretend to know, but I actually don't. All I know is that people can transport goods from A to B, and other people can choose to attack them or defend them. And I believe it's to get supplies from A to B for a reward or to build up a node potentially. I don't know much more than that, I'm afraid. All I know is that it's a barrier to it's sort of semi-organized PvP in a way. It's just a means to create a fight basically, and then what happens is guilds get the drop on other factions. Like let's say you got beef with another clan. You know, there's a lot of beef in this game. People have feuds and stuff. So let's say you're trying to get your shit from A to B, and you know your ops or your opposition want to stop you. They could, you know, maybe I'm streaming and I do it, and someone stream snipes me. You know, that kind of stuff. And I do know that low levels pose it, like there are spies. You know, there are spies in the game, so there could be a low level camping out an area and spying and waiting for a caravan to come, or trying to get the drop on the caravan's locations. A bit of like an escape and evasion thing. If you've got a high value supply run, you know, you're kind of shitting bricks. You're like, oh, I hope no one fucks with me today. Do people need to be going with them? No, so how I came across the guy that gave me the gear, he was doing it on his own. And yeah, so people can just come out, either attack or defend. But I mean, if I'm level 7 and he comes across me and I decide to attack him, he's probably going to shoot me dead, like in one hit. Yeah, so I do know that much. Nearly level 20 now, guys. God, 19 to 20 is long. I need to go to the next area up, and you know, once I do that, I'll have you know, more XP in the next zone. But the thing is, it's like, do I leave this group in half an hour in the hope for a better zone? But then I might struggle to find a group. Whereas if I stay with these guys, I know I've got guaranteed XP to level 21. Right, probably best off sticking it to level 21, even though I'll be getting less XP. Yeah, in this game it feels like, you know, there's no guarantee that you're going to find a group so easily. This is why I kind of want to play a bard or a healer next run, or a tank. I might play a tank. I had a lot of fun on tank PvP as well, really fun. Cleric and tank is really fun. Also, if you sit in this game, you get regeneration just for sitting. So you can kind of drink by sitting, but you have to be out of combat. So they kind of give you, you can use these rations that do it at a faster rate, which that's sort of like your water and food that you get in World of Warcraft. But even just sitting, you regenerate, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I do hear what you're saying about how grindy the game is. I think this could be 20% less grindy, and it would still be too grindy. If you're currently watching the stream and you're enjoying the content, please do smash that follow button so you stay in the loop. If I do play this game on launch, which I will do, I will be an absolute sweat and a bang out, and I will probably know everything about the game. So I'm definitely someone that you will want to follow. Yeah, Lineage 2 was... I never got into Lineage 2. I played the mobile game, the pay-to-win mobile game. It was actually pretty good. I was like one of the top free-to-play players on that game. I was like really top as a free-to-play. I don't know. This is one of the. I'd say this is one of the most grindiest games I've played, and I've played a lot of grindy games. I mean, World of Warcraft is, 7, 8, 9 days playtime to get to level 60. I think Steven, the dev, has said he wants level 50, which is the top level, to be about 500 hours of playtime. Hang on a sec. Um, 500 hours of playtime, which means, yeah, that's 20 days playtime to top level, which is incredibly grindy. That's very grindy. Just double the grind of Classic, which would make this, top level RuneScape grindy. I mean, maybe RuneScape's grindier. If you're getting 99 all stats, for example, that's very grindy. Alright, so we've lost our tank. That's going to take some time to reform. Yeah, just reforming the group at the minute. Might as well run an ad because one's going to run in 8 minutes. I'll run it now while I'm reforming. See you in a minute and a half. Hopefully we'll have a tank by then. Just forming the group, and then we shall be back on track. Just trying to form the group. This game really needs a group finder. Cheers, dude. See you soon. Take care. Yeah, anytime, dude. Peace. No worries. Take care. See you tomorrow. How you doing, Nalun, Nalogun? Sorry, I tried to say that right. We're currently just trying to reform the group, trying to find a tank, and then we can go again on our grinding spot. Road to level 20.